Well, welcome back and hello, everybody. Welcome to our Saturday coverage of the Texas Regional for the 38th annual BullShooter Tour here. Excited to be bringing you coverage of this one. I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by Gordon Dixon today in the commentary booth. Gordon, how you feeling about today?
Oh, I'm refreshed, my man. How are you feeling? That's the question.
Oh, well, Red Bull gives you wings, so we're going to make it through one way or another.
Anxious to see how these players react. Obviously, those that went later into the singles got a little less sleep than those that did not. But the Pro-Am event just in general is always a heck of a lot of fun to watch.
And honestly, I would say the players would agree. It's one of the most fun to play in as well. The stakes are more so along the lines of if you're the pro, it's trying to get all the way to that first place finish to get your partner on the pro list. And if you're the AM, it's about getting a shot at some of these bigger names and trying to get yourself established in the same group. So it's always exciting to see.
Yeah, how they all pair off and ultimately play together, and are they also playing the pro doubles together? There's all kinds of fun things to look for in the pro am. That's again one of the better things that I think the change in the format of the weekends allowed us to bring coverage to this particular event.
Yeah, exactly. Well, speaking of this particular event, this is that Pro-Am bracket we're talking about. We have Team Savage, Brandon Brown, and Gil Martinez, two people that we saw plenty of on the Pro brackets last night. And then on the other team here, shots please, Johnny Lackey and Jason Case duking it out. So exciting to see how this one develops. And unfortunately, we couldn't get Johnny Lackey away from the stream board forever. It was an inevitability.
Which can be a blessing and a curse early on any day. Sometimes you don't want to hit that streaming board until you got your feet underneath you.
Yeah, exactly. You got to make sure you're ready for the rubber mat in the bullpen. Johnny up at the board now. They have the two houses, but well down in points, so he needs to be digging deep.
Yeah, keeping the pressure on Brandon. Brandon, I think wisely snagging another number rather than going for a close there with the point lead. The definition of parity, if we're looking at the averages there at the bottom.
Yeah, lots of symmetry between the teams right now, which is kind of what you expect to see a lot more in the Pro-Am is, hey, I keep up with A player, you keep up with the B player, and hopefully we see ourselves to the finish line. And to be fair, I think for a matchup like this, I mean, these four players are all going to be fairly comfortable. And they're not entirely new to being on a live feed, and especially if you're the Team Savage. I mean, you came out after a first round win. Granted, it was a 3-2 tiebreaker, but you got a little bit more of your toes in the water here. Shots Please, on the other hand, had a first round bye, so this is their first starts of the day.
Well, I'm unfamiliar with Gil, but if you'd have told me that Gil and Brandon were on the same team and you gave me the averages, I definitely would not have thought Brandon was going into that round with a 2.0. So I think definitely some underperforming from him at this stage in the game.
Yeah, Gil Martinez did get third in the pro cricket singles, losing out to Derek Hinkle in that match 2 straight, but had a pretty strong run yesterday.
Yeah, it's showing. He's carrying on into to today. Just not a player I'm unfamiliar with.
That was my first time seeing him yesterday, and by the time he got to that third place match, being transparent here, there was fatigue that was clearly a factor at that point. So, all credit to him. He fought hard in a tough bracket, and so I got some big names along the way. So, on the other hand, Dr. Handsome didn't have to worry about a late night. He was out pretty quick, got plenty of sleep.
He'll appreciate everyone being reminded of that.
Well, can I just say why I have the beef with Johnny Lackey? Can I just air it out right here? Is that cool?
Yeah. Come on, do your Cat Williams impression. Let's hear it.
Listen, here's the thing. When I first met him at TOC, and we played in a league together and texted a few times, this is circa 2018. I go out there, and I'm wearing the darts jersey for Magic Wear that has like the suit and tie look. And I was wearing it with jeans. And he comes up to me and he says, listen, hey, it's nice to meet you, but if you ever wear my jersey with jeans again, we're going to have a problem. And that was our first interaction in person. I was like, you know what, Johnny? That's it. Yeah, I'm going to always say your name wrong. I'm always going to just throw out allegations and slander, and that's where we're at now.
That's hilarious. Yeah.
Jokes aside, he is a good shot at the end of the day, and I mean, no stranger to playing in the ESPN Invitational Shootout as well.
Yeah, and really going second here, partner struggling a little bit, and Brandon raising his average, and Gil, of course, playing as solid as ever, is really making this difficult to turn around, but it is only the first leg. We are playing 3 out of 5 in the winners bracket in the Pro-Am.
Yeah, so you get some time to find your stride, and again, Shots Please is coming off a bye too, so this is their first starts of the day, and that first leg blues is something else, man.
Another bull will do it for this first leg. Gil washes it up. He'll reset the board, and I believe we'll see Johnny Lackey get us started here in the second leg.
Johnny brought it up to a 5-8-3 there at the end, so shooting pretty well. And with the start here, I mean, the goal is get your team started off right, and the rest will come into place there when you're shooting numbers like that.
Yeah, given the averages from the other team, I think Johnny's partner's going to have to step it up even to win going first. Johnny really with a below average start there.
And Gil, on the other hand, not messing around, starting off with perfection, hitting a 9 mark to get things going leg 2.
Yeah, great to see. Gil obviously on the radar now.
And Gil said, Gordon, you're going to know me. I swear it.
Well, Texas is known for putting them out there.
Oh, especially the Houston area of which we're at. I mean, there's so many talented shots. The one of the only notable exclusions, Ram Guevara Jr. Just had his kid with him and Valerie, so congratulations to them, which is why he is not here this weekend. But even without that, so much stacked talent in the room. It's disgusting.
I missed it. Why is Ram not there?
Him and Valerie just had a kid.
I certainly understand that.
Either that or he's afraid to play me for money. I'm not sure. I don't think it's the latter, though.
I'd say 60-40 on the chances.
Could go either way, honestly. Gil here just continuing on another 9 mark. Wow. Lincoln, you miss it this leg.
Yeah, so correction, it didn't matter what Case did in this leg. They were going to be in trouble.
Ram in chat saying, whoa, slow down, Gordon. Oh, funny.
Ram, congratulations. My daughter born the end of October, so I am going through the stages of a little one as well.
Yeah, my cat's turning 10 this month, so I can relate as well. Fred is becoming an old man.
I was gonna say we went from babies to a geriatric cat.
Listen, it's very hard for him to sleep in the windowsill all day. Someone's got to do it. Might as well be my cat Fred. Oh man.
So decent start there for Johnny this time.
Oh, good correction on the second dart, taking advantage of where that barrel's laying. You can see he just pushed it right on down. Not able to collect on the last, so no 9-mark perfection from Gil this time around. Do want to thank each and every one of you guys for tuning in and hanging out with us. I know some of you guys were up with us late last night and hanging out all the way to the end. I was shocked when we saw 200 people watching late last night. So we just want to say thank you guys all for tuning in, giving us the love and support, and excited to have you with us today.
Yeah, one of the things I enjoy most, especially about the BullShooter events, is just monitoring the chat on Facebook and some of the banter that goes back and forth.
Oh, absolutely! It's the best part.
Some really fun stuff.
And it's funny because each regional changes who's in the chat, and that's I think my favorite part about it too.
Well, yeah, I always notice that even as a player. Like regionally, you would just run into different groups of people, and each tournament had kind of a different vibe because of it. So it's kind of it works kind of the same way with the chat. So fun to keep up with some of that stuff.
Absolutely, but then of course you also have your usual suspects that make it to all the different regionals.
So not quite the firepower this time from Brandon and Gil. Case stepping it up. Johnny having a little bit of an off leg, but they're going first, so they look good to maybe bring this back 2-1.
And winner of this match does go on to play CC Music Factory. That's Christopher Caballero and Christopher Reyes.
That is an old name.
Oh, yeah?
CNC Music Factory, are you familiar?
No, unfortunately not.
Yep, see? it's worth a Google.
There we go. Will do. Like he really wanted to get those 15s out there, but left a little bit of a door opener here for Gil. Give him a reprieve and potentially can close down with point advantage, but he needed that first start to collect.
Gil continuing to have a bit of an off leg here.
And well, he did use all of his triples in the last leg, so he has to rebuild them up.
Well, and good last there from Case, so we could have been looking at a hucklebuck here. Brandon's still going to pile on the pressure.
Yeah, not entirely out of the running, especially with the struggling Johnny. I mean, but Lackey should be able to tap in the bull here. If he misses at any point, though, he's going to need to load in some points. Don't want to leave a game shot. Needs this last one to connect. Does so.
Yeah, good finish after a subpar leg there from Johnny. But this is the one. Needs to break the throw, going second here to take us to a decider.
So let's see if Gil can set the precedent right. It's going to be up to him to get his team going correctly and in order. According to my dad, I do know the song, so appreciate that.
Yeah, I think once you hear it, or I mean, they've got more than one song, but they are kind of a one-hit wonder from that era.
Fair enough. Well, I know what I'm listening to tonight. Brandon just catching to the right there, not quite able to find that triple bed.
Yeah, and 2 right below. So chance here for Case. I'm just calling him the name on the screen. What is that, a last name?
Yeah, I believe it's Jason Case. Yeah, Jason Case, that is correct. Oh, yeah, Dave Lorena got me there. He said, you'll recognize the line, I got the power. So, appreciate that, Dave. And then my dad chimed in, Johnny Lackey looks different with no filters. Wow. Sorry, Johnny. I don't know why it's hereditary on the bullying today.
So back-to-back good turns from Brandon and Gil have set this leg a little bit more on par. Oh, and a window there. Going to make this very difficult. And Gil with a chance to run away. Take those 19s and move on.
Oh, but that's a tough one hanging over top. He's just going to have to click 3 big singles. So, while it does do the job, doesn't necessarily take him out of the running. So, it's a good opportunity for Johnny Lackey to make a standing here on the 18s.
Johnny bringing it back in close.
And doing what he needs to get done. They're bringing it back within a single mark. And then now Brandon wasn't able to get a breakaway. So if you're Jason here, I mean, you're obviously not feeling super comfortable with the darts today so far. Your entire goal is just to make sure Johnny gets a look at those 20s, right?
Well, honestly, if I had 2 marks, which is what he's averaging, I would want him to close the 20 rather than the 18. Now, he did end up going up by 12. But if I knew that's what he was going to hit, I would have him close the 20 all day long, given the difference as far as the score was concerned.
Yeah, that's a good way to think about it as well. Just effectively using your marks that you're hitting at the moment. You know, playing around your current level of comfort and average.
Because the other thing is, if he does end up catching a treble 20 on the first or second dart, he can always still go and score on the 18s. But in that particular situation, I would have rather had a closed 20, because both these guys, while they're not showing it, can hammer that treble 20 just as good as anybody in the room. So if you're going to be fighting with the smaller number, I would rather get them down to 17s and at least try my luck with them hitting that on the regularity that I think they can hit the 20 on.
Yeah, they're not able to regain the point lead and kind of proven to your point there. Leaving those 20s around is just asking for trouble. It is the most practiced number on the board in soft tip other than debatably bullseyes. So leaving that around and add a lot of trouble. Gilder deciding to just go ahead and leave them to 18s and move along. Oh, but here's Johnny.
Oh, look at him. The 8 mark.
And that's an excellent shot there from Lackey. And that is what he's supposed to be doing, right? When you're the A player like that, you need to take those dagger darts and those more risky shots, going for just 1, 2, 3 on the beds. And
well, especially if your partner's struggling a little bit, you want to make sure that you're taking the shots that you have when you're at the board, rather than, I mean, you can't continue to score hoping that he picks it up to run the game out in like a standard, say, doubles cricket, where hypothetically you've signed up with somebody that you understand what their capabilities are.
Right.
So Johnny going to come to the board up and score. Adds to it. Great shot. Just low on maybe one of the nails in the coffin here to send this to a fifth leg.
Yeah. I mean, Johnny's playing great right now. And what the note has been for his gameplay in this match so far has been every other leg. He's had high fives into a mid 3, and then to another high 5 into a mid 3. So if that's the case, if he's going to have that alternating form, if he can just get back-to-back good legs in a row, it's a difference maker for his team, I believe.
Yeah, darts is always about stringing them together.
That's it.
From shot to shot, and then from leg to leg. Nice 6 mark there from Gil.
Team Savage isn't just going to roll over in this one either, so they're going to fight tooth and nail. But can we get another 8 mark from Lackey? No, we cannot, but that's still a great shot.
Yeah, I think he was going for the double there, aimed inside, which is smart.
Brandon wanted to hit him right back with it.
Trying to return the favor. And that last one just threw it a little quick. Little game of hot potato there on that last one. Does get the close, does not get the points. So, very surprised if Gil doesn't start by shooting at the close here.
Yeah, well off the mark, but he should still stay for one more, and we'll get a shot at the 15.
Oh, and he's just high. Yeah, that first one, I don't know if that was nervy or what. But Johnny now chance to take that point lead.
Oh, and double.
Stays there.
Yeah, he wanted no means necessary after that first start. His goal was a get point lead, so that's why he went over to that double bed there. Still very tight game here. No real breathing room. Honestly, with where Case has been at, I don't think he moves up to 15 unless he hits at least the 4 mark. And even then, I would prefer if he stayed the whole time.
Yeah, it doesn't change anything, but I certainly don't think he should move. Throwing at the bigger target. That does need a 4 mark here to take the lead, or Johnny's going to get another shot at 3. There's 2 of them. And he only finds 3. So Johnny does come to the board with the lead. So 3 bullseyes to send us to a decider.
Oh, does not connect on the first. And yeah, he just has to go to 15s, but needs to find something. Doesn't.
Yeah, no, not a great dart. After he missed the last one, he should have really stayed on the bull there because a single 15 doesn't change anything. And here, Brandon going to get a shot for the game and the match. Oh, and he falls just short.
Yeah. Getting into end of round 18 here of 25, so they're towards the end, and a little bit of bull troubles can prolong this a little longer than both teams would prefer. Case does find the 15s, just going to try to keep piling.
Find another. Does push it. Pushes it twice, actually. So needs 3 just to get a shot at that 15.
It's 3.
Oh, what a great last dart. Now Johnny needs more than a single 15 to even get a shot at the bullseyes. Really should be an all 15 shot here.
Yeah, certainly agree. And it's going to be. So, yeah, it does collect 5. So, again, kind of kicking the can down the road a little bit.
Yep, moves it to 3 bulls again to take the point lead.
Oh, good fallouts there from Brandon. He has a little bit of a laugh about it. Does accidentally close the 15s while he was going for the bulls there.
The man lives a clean life.
Honestly, it does leave it to 3-3 where in a situation where Case has been struggling. We'll get a match dart here, or a game dart, and gets the game dart.
Oh, look at him. What a finish.
Way to collect it together there. That was a way to save the match. And last leg decider, here we go. Gil to show first.
A match that I think after the first leg and a half, we may not have thought was going to get here. And a poor dart from Gil.
Big opportunity.
Not the time to be struggling.
Yeah, Johnny gets it there, so we'll get the start. Now needs to take advantage of it as Case shows up at the right moment there to close out that one and bring us to a last leg here. Guys in the chat, let us know who you got and who you're cheering for in this one.
That'll settle him in. Yep. And finds the 3rd.
Yeah, that was a perfect distance marking dart for Johnny, right? Going right beneath that bed and 1 or 2 holes down on it, and then just had to just do a micro adjustment, and the other 2 just looked easy.
Gil only follows with 5. So the man that brought us to this point with a, not out of nowhere, but I think a surprising 3 bull.
And it's also, I mean, if you look at Case's throw, right? If we take a look, he kind of like drops his shoulder entirely, and kind of when he leans out there, and you kind of see kind of rise up when he's throwing. That's where some of these inconsistencies can come from. And so, because it's their first match of the day, just hasn't fully started firing on all cylinders. As I'm sure he has more in the tank and wants to show it.
Oh yeah, a lot of movement in there. No surprise that there's some inconsistencies for Case.
Just a 4 from
Gil plugging away.
Yeah, we haven't seen Gil get quite up to the same firepower as the back-to-back 9-mark leg that he did have in leg 2. Not far off the mark by any means, but definitely starting to get a little further away from some of those darts on the triple bed.
And Case continuing to miss low.
Now with the 20s gone, expect Johnny here to get these 18s. I do think he should take a shot for the 19 here potentially, and does do so.
Yeah, too easy to kind of pick that one off. If it was any more than just a single mark, I think Johnny should stay on the trebles because his darts should be worth 3. But wise decision there in that spot, and Gil finally showing some colors there.
And needs a 5 mark to get the point lead here. Oh, look at this from Case. What a time to do that. How about a 7?
Great shot, Case. There's a Paw Patrol joke in there somewhere, and I just can't get it.
Normally, I feel like that's normally what my wheelhouse would be, but yeah, I'm still a little too old for that one. Kind of miss out on Paw Patrol.
Well, I'm well versed. Just Case is on the case. Just feels a little too on the nose.
Yeah, the only thing I know about Paw Patrol is when they had the double feature for Paw Patrol and Saw that was coming out to try to copy Barbenheimer. I don't know who sits through Paw Patrol and Saw in the same sitting, but hey, all power to you.
Gil extending that lead, putting the pressure on Case. Can you find another couple of 18s?
First one kind of gets away from him, just needs to dial in. He did hit a 7 on his last go, but does not come up with much there. So big opportunity for Brandon to put their team from in front to well in front. Ooh, but not if he does that. You got the whole chat going Paw Patrol right now. We got Dave Lorena chases on the case. Allie saying rider ready. So, oh boy.
See, I knew there was one in there. I couldn't get it.
Well, I will say in my time in the darts commentary community, I did not expect the BullShooter chat to be mainly Paw Patrol focused. But hey, you know what? First time for everything.
Oh no, not back to back. Oh, tough spot. The man that got us here with a great finish on the bullseyes might be the undoing here in the 5th leg.
Well, it is double elimination. We are on the winner's side, and their name is Shot Please. They probably just need a few.
Johnny just looking a little despondent there.
And that will do it. Team Savage does take it there. So that will conclude that first match of coverage from us. But we got plenty of darts to still go here. We're going to see what's coming up next and get going with the action. So don't go far, guys. I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by Gordon Dixon in the commentary booth. We'll be back with more darts in just a moment's time. Well, for those that have a good memory, last night, Derek Hinkle, Leonard Gates in the finals for the pro bracket where Leonard Gates came out on top. And today, they get a little bit of a rematch here as we're underway for our pro-am bracket. Nick Teixeira and Gordon Dixon in the commentary booth for this one.
Yeah, bringing back a good one here in the pro-am at the 37th annual BullShooter Regional Series. And yeah, I was unfortunately or fortunately not a part of the stream yesterday. So yeah, didn't get to see those guys battle it out. How was the play? Did my assumption is Leonard came through the winners bracket?
Yeah, so Leonard had only dropped 2 legs the entire day, both of which to Derek. So once in the king seat and then once in the finals. But otherwise, Leonard was in prime form as per usual, and Derek honestly was as well. But he, according to his family members in the chat, by the time his final started, he was awake for almost 28 hours. And that's really what did him in at the end there. Because leading up to his king seat match, I mean, he was probably the second best player in the room numbers-wise.
Very cool. Nice 9 mark there.
And for the team Tex-Mex, Derek Hinkle and Marcus Polk. And then on the other team, Hammer Time, Leonard Gates and Joey Heinrich. Phoenix of Liberty in chat saying, why do they say treble instead of triple? That's because they're confused overseas. That's why. No, it's purely a steel soft dichotomy. Is that right?
Yeah. Good question. I think it's just a vernacular thing. I mean, it's kind of like a boot from Canada. I find myself saying treble, just because my favorite league name was always the Treblemakers.
Oh, that's a good name.
Little play on words there, but yeah, I don't know that I can actually say for certain that's what it is, but I certainly don't hear it in soft tip much at all.
It's also, I think just because cricket's more of a points scoring game rather than bringing your score down, I think triple's more gamified version of it. Of course, the Jen Mounts, or now Mistress Mounts as she called herself, did a video talking about the difference between 25 bull versus saying single and double bull as well, and where that vernacular comes from. So just some differences in parts of the game. Honestly, treble and triple are very interchangeable. I say both all the time.
Well, yeah, just to continue on that, I'm pretty sure the Brits call cricket Mickey Mouse, if that gives you any idea of the respect that it receives. My partner in crime there having a sidebar conversation, I believe. Back to the action here. We've got Leonard with a great opportunity to have the lead going into the Bulls. And that's exactly what we got. 50 points exactly, though. Be interesting here. I think, yeah, you see Derek doing the math. Maybe a Hail Mary shot here to close both numbers and give a mark.
Yeah, I think he was looking for the double first to have that type of shot. Sorry about that. You are right. I was having a sidebar. Johnny Lackey came in and asked for my autograph. So do apologize about that one. This is Joe here, finding the 21st, not messing around 110-point lead puts him 5 bowls in front now. And just 2 there from Polk, so Leonard can shut it down and go right at it if he so chooses. No outshot available for the other team for Tex-Mex. Oh, good first start from Derek.
Still no finish, but oh, he's going to put some pressure. I think he just needs to stay there.
Yeah, 40 points there. Puts all the pressure on Joey.
Joe unfazed.
Yeah, that's a great shot there. Getting the first leg on the board for Hammer Time. Leg number 2, Derek, the Chief Hangle, to start us off.
Yeah, only a first leg, only against the darts. Shouldn't be too worrying for Derek and Marcus. This may be worrying for Derek and Marcus.
Yeah, not the start you need, especially with Gates going behind. I mean, 5 marks the bare minimum, and that still leaves them with an opportunity to take advantage. So opening with the 3 is real lax, but doesn't seem like it's going to hurt this time. Gates only finding 4.
Yeah, and a hitchy third.
Yeah, I don't know if it's from the fatigue from last night, because he was starting good up until last night when it got real late. He started showing these weird signs where he was struggling to collect single bowls that he would normally be hitting and stuff like that, which led to some drama in the finals. And here it was kind of just very unfocused first dart and then a very forced third dart there.
So kind of a reprieve here for Derek as he comes back to the board up in points. So lots of options. Wants to find a treble in his first 2 darts, give him options on that third.
Yeah, Derek, one of those 2 at the points, want the close type of players. In this case, he will do 2 at the close, though, knowing Gates is falling behind and is likely to load up whatever number's left open. So they're forcing Leonard to stay on whatever number he decides to open.
Don't mind that from Leonard. Leonard up a leg. Had a chance to snag that 20. And Marcus leaving the 20 and only finding a single 18.
Big opportunity for Joe to make this one hurt. Oh, finds another on the 18s. And, yep, just loads it up there. 9 mark for Joey.
Yeah, Joe coming up big in a couple of big spots. I mean, a window to start, and then the 9 mark, 4.5 average is not it's not top tier, but it's certainly not hateful.
If you're, the Leonard Gates of the room and stuff like that, and your amateur is giving you over a 4, you're happy. I mean, obviously more is better, but you're happy.
Yeah, you absolutely have to appreciate that. Great 7 mark there from Marcus. Tex-Mex doing their best to stay in the lead here.
You have to imagine in Houston the Tex-Mex is pretty solid, or just in Texas in general. I have to try the local Taco Bell after today's stream.
It's a higher quality Taco Bell. Is that the assumption?
You would have to think so, right? I mean, it's, the Taco Bell. Well, isn't the Texas staple out here Whataburger anyways?
I know nothing about that fight.
About that one. As the chat's already like, sir, not the Taco Bell. Oh, boy. Look at that, though. Great shot from Leonard Gates, not caring about what I'm rambling about in the background. Good shot there. And Marcus is going to have to dig deep on the 16s. Is digging deep.
Yeah, able to take a 7-point lead. Keeping him and Derek in it. But Joey been very good at the timing of his big shots. And he's going to come up with 4.
It's a clutch last start, and you can definitely tell the standard here is more ubiquitous across the board in this match comparative to the last one. Derek's going to try. If he can go trip, we'll get the point lead. He can shoot those 18s. Down 1. Decides to stay. I wouldn't have hated the shot against the higher ground with Leonard behind, personally, but it's always a risk when you leave Leonard a trip 15, trip 16 to go into the Bulls.
Yeah, my guess there probably was something to do with where those darts were sitting. That made Derek comfortable staying there. But now, 57-point deficit for Marcus. Got to think of 5 mark minimum. That's not going to happen.
Needs to at the very least get the close. And now, Joe, all he needs is 3 singles here. Anything else he adds is extra credit on the assignment. Shot there. 87-point difference now going into the Bulls. Derek can only just load them up and hope for an opportunity.
Yeah, this leg not turning out how Derek would have wanted to draw it up.
I believe he would have wanted to draw up a win. And him and his partner are not far off the mark, but I mean that's a great shot there from Derek to try to dig deep, but they're just getting outgunned in total right now, and there's not much you can do.
Good close there from Leonard Gates. Yeah, both at both levels, both the starter and the 2-hole. Derek and Marcus were beaten by about a mark on the averages. That very rarely is going to end in winning legs.
And on top of that, I mean, they were hanging in there for as long as they could, but you'll get 1 or 2 real opportunities to take a big 7 or 9 mark momentum swing. And unfortunately, they just weren't clicking at the right moments for them. But the match is not over yet. It's up to them to carve out their own destiny. Marcus is going to try to load those 20s. Oh, he did not like that first dart. Had to do a whole shimmy, walk back, and reset. Seemed to be advantageous for him to do that reset. Yeah, that first dart was hanging over, and second one just kind of laid right on top of it. No real room, so that's why he elected to go up on top on the last dart there. didn't really have a good angle, especially after that second dart on the 19. So no harm, no foul, but Derek will get the chance to shoot the 19s here.
Yeah, good last there from Derek. Little breathing room in this leg, early doors.
Yep, but just a little, as you said. Leonard Gates is not going to make it super comfortable for him by any means.
Yeah, that second dart felt like a last-minute decision. Like he was going 20s and then threw it over there.
Well, you got to have a clear plan when you walk up to the Aki.
So Derek, not quite in the same position the last time up. Oh, he's going to take a shot early in the shot and does find the close on the 18s.
Again, I mean, that's just Derek saying, hey, listen, right now we're getting outgunned, shorten the length, take some more aggressive shots, but Leonard Gates here was left with a 9 mark and finds it to get the momentum right back in favor there. Challenge accepted and challenge exceeded for Gates.
Yeah, I understand Derek's position on that last shot, but his darts are worth 3 marks. So him taking 2 at the 18 and not either going to the 17s to close or the 20s to score, basically cost him 2 marks in that shot.
We'll see. It looks like so far it did end up working out in their favor. 2-point advantage because of that big shot from Marcus. Now leaves Derek with a chance to go trip 16, trip 17, trip 15, call it a day. In either case, I do expect that first start to go in that 16.
Yeah, 16s or 15s. But it should be some type of a scoring dart.
See, now there I don't like the shot nearly as much, knowing that there's just not as much road left to drive down. Gates here has a good opportunity to take advantage of that 2 marks on the 17.
Yeah, he floated that second one. Definitely short-armed. You see the roll of the eyes, not able to find the treble. Can Marcus stay straight? Find the close, find the points. So far, yes. Just outside on the third. I almost said, or I should have mentioned before he even threw a dart, Joey's timing has been really, really good. Not where I thought that shot was going to end up. I thought he was going to come away with a lot more on those 15s, but here's a chance for Derek to have a point lead going into the Bulls. Could close it up. Could win it here.
And does collect once again. He's hitting these big closes at the end of throws, and that's his best one yet. 80-point lead going into the Bulls is very comfortable. And Leonard shot the wrong triple on the last dart. 15s were already closed. But moot point as Marcus just goes up and pounds 3 Bulls. So there we go. Leg on the board for Tex-Mex.
Yeah, got the hold of throw, but going down 2-0 in this format, this is the one. This is the one that's got to be won against the darts.
Yeah, and that's going to be a tall task if Leonard Gates continues following that momentum. Big 9 mark open there for Soldier. You know, ever since he changed the spelling of his nickname, I feel like I've always put more oomph on it. I think it's to his benefit. Makes it more fun to say.
Look at this follow. Look at this follow. Back-to-back perfect turns.
Oh, Joey, can you keep it up? You blew it. Does need to make sure to collect on this last one. He does find a big trip there. Really needed that one to sink in and not leave a 7-mark shot. Phoenix Liberty saying, wait, so pro means one's professional, one's amateur? Yeah, so one's on the Arachnid or BullShooter pro list, when the other one is not, which you can get by topping an event at one of the regionals or at the Chicago finale as well, or also being on the notable players list.
Derek only finding a single triple that time. So advantage still with Joe and Lenny.
That's a beautiful first start there from Joe. Surprised he wasn't able to write it in. I wonder if that's more some mental decision because those were kind of in the heart of the trip one after that, but it was a beautiful first start.
And Leonard trying to throw daggers now.
And Derek's just going to have to try to load up here and put some faith in Marcus. That's really the only approach that I really see in this scenario with the two houses and point advantage. And they're finding a 2 mark and an off round at the wrong time. It's Joey, man with a certain stature to his darting prowess. Let's see if he's able to do something about it and get those 18s out of the way.
Yeah, only 2 marks. But definitely closes them out. Marcus staying hot on the 16s. Has played well on those.
Everyone's got a favorite number, man. Mine's always been the 17. 17 is always one of those crutch numbers for me. Leonard Gates doesn't need a crutch number, though. He's just going to go up there and hit a 9 mark. Great shot there from Soldier.
Yeah, Soldier not interested in going to the 5th leg here. You see Derek shaking the head. Even a closeout around the board. I'll tell you what, my man is hot on those double bulls, though.
Another 5 bull round there from Hinkle.
I want to say that's 3 or 4 times he's hit the first 2 double bulls in a turn, which is really, really good.
Of course, Joey's not interested in letting those come into play, so he's just going to stay upstairs. Honestly, I don't hate the shot at all, especially with you're right. Derek's just been pounding the balls like they did something to him, and Marcus seems to be finding them as well.
Oh, yeah, I've never been one to get upset about points. I'd point my mom. It's really not a thing. You're extending the game if you're the person being pointed on. But Leonard Gates just right down the end of the leg there, just taking control, sewing it up. You see a 6-2. They're your winners here. Hammer time. Moving on in the winners bracket. the season winners bracket. So Derek and Marcus will have an opportunity to come through the losers bracket and maybe get a little revenge later on in the tournament.
Yeah, exactly. Plenty of darts left to be had here. As our room is nice and full. Plenty of dart players. Most of them wearing deodorant. Some of them definitely should be. But we're having a great time here bringing coverage in Houston, Texas for the 38th Regional Tour here. Nick Teixeira and Gordon Dixon in the booth. We're going to figure out what match is coming up next, folks, and we'll be right back in the action. Don't go far. Here we go with another great match for you guys. This is going to be a good one. We got the Doggy Dog team and the DC Show. And this is going to be a fun one indeed. Doggy Dog consisting of Daniel Hawkins and Monty Broadway. And the DC Show, Daryl Cortez and Cody Cottrell, which is a last-second pairing. Of course, I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by Gordon Dixon here. What do you think about this one?
Excited to see. You had mentioned it just before we went live there that you like seeing these last-minute pairings. I've always had good luck with last-minute pairings. I don't know why it always seems to work out that way, but I know DJ tells a lot of the stories where he would go to tournaments with myself and Aaron Russell, and undoubtedly there'd be a top 20 person in the room that wasn't set up for doubles, and that's where he got to play with a lot of different people, and that's been my experience too. I've even went to local tournaments where, lo and behold, another guy that I just didn't call to play with at the tournament comes on set, and we end up playing doubles together. So I like seeing these DC and Cody Cottrell pairings.
Yeah, I agree with you. Absolutely. Those last-second partners that you don't expect to play with, I'm notorious for if I don't have a female locked in for an event, I'll usually pick up somebody at tournaments. And that's some of my favorite experiences is just those people you meet and you start vibing with immediately. It's cool to see those pairings happen.
Oh yeah, if you add in last-minute mixed doubles and mixed triples partners, yeah, there's been many stories created from those kind of setups.
Absolutely. Yeah, so we got Cody. Cody's from Ohio, your neck of the woods, my old neck of the woods, and then of course Daryl in the Houston area plays out of the stadium a lot. Not so notable, mentionable here, but Daryl Cortez, for some reason, my dad has a vendetta against him on the dartboard and always seems to try to play his best against them. I don't know why. He has this mental image that they're mortal enemies. And when I bring up to Daryl, he says, "Who's your dad again?"
Yeah, it works like that sometimes.
It does. This is Mr. Broadway here throwing, and a player I'm not as familiar with, but seems to be doing more than enough, whether I know him or not, throwing a big 8 mark and averaging a 6.67 on the leg so far. Winner of this match does get the wonderful reward of playing the Hammer Time theme, so always fun to see that.
Yeah, just looking around the rest of the bracket. In the top, we've got surprise, waiting on a fifth leg between Savage and CNC Music Factory. Where's Nance is awaiting the winner of Dropped Off Pants Off and G&Z. And then, of course, we know the winner of this waiting on Hammer Time. So getting down to it here on the winner side.
Yes.
Loser side, 2 out of 3. So those matches should be chugging along.
I was going to say, our Pro-Am bracket on the winner side is definitely flying through for the most part. Hawk here, all he needs to do is just get the bulls, move on to the next leg. When your partner's throwing a 6.75, you don't have to worry about much.
grabs another 40 points.
Yeah, you expect Red to finish it up here and see a couple questions in chat about where the brackets are. I did just post a link to the Pro-Am bracket in the chat. But guys, if you want to find all the brackets here for the non-pro doubles and the women's bracket as well, all you have to do is just go on your BullShooter app. That's on your any smart device there. Once you go there, go to that Tournament King section, hit all events. There you can find all brackets that are currently up and running for the Tournament King software, including everything that you see at this regional and all of our other regionals as well.
Yeah, it's super nice this year being able to have some visibility into the brackets. And even if we're not streaming your favorite player's match, you can follow along as the bracket does update with each leg.
Now, in a perfect world, in my dream world of future Arachnid board features, I would love for them, now that you can follow brackets on your phone for all the different players in the events, imagine if you could tune into the scoreboards for all the different boards, like kind of like Dark Connect us. It would be so cool to see. That's the future. That's the dream on the G 4.7.
Oh, 100%. That should be be in the pipeline.
Daryl did have a real lax opening there, but Cody has a good opportunity to flip it around. Till I say it out loud. Rough opening for the DC show.
And Red already moving to the Bulls. And just not much here. Daryl Cortez does find a treble 17, but two biggest numbers and a slash on the bullseye still makes a pretty good lead here for Doggy Dog.
Neither team having particularly easy runs, having a couple of tie-breaking matches and losses along the way here. But, I mean, right now the more put-together team is Doggy Dog at the moment. And it's just a question now of if Daryl Cortez and Cody Cottrell can start playing more to their normal capabilities and if that changes how the match is perceived from there on out.
Smooth stroke and another 7 mark. Good shot from Red.
David asking a good question here. In the Pro-Am, does the amateur there get the pro card if they place first? That is correct. Only in first place the Am will get it. Or, as we saw in Tennessee, sometimes you have a case where two amateurs win it together, and there they choose which player goes on the pro list. That happened with Kelly Thornton and Mason Sasser, where the 15-year-old got the pro card.
Good last from Cody, but not enough. Looks like this one's going to go 2-0 for Doggy Dog.
And it does, as you called it there, 5-0 for Red, looking strong. Gonna take a good open here from Daryl. They that last leg right there, and they started coming back into it, but it was just such a slow open. If they can avoid that, if they can just start off with some 4s and 5s here, it just might start to tip the scale in their favor. That's what they're going to need here. Orky, I don't believe that's new. At least as long as I remember when I played in pro-ams and stuff like that in the past, I always thought that was the AM gets moved up, but only in that first place spot. What is new this season comparatively is if you place top 3 in any event, even if it's not a carded event per se, is that you still have to play on the pro list for subsequent events. And as far as for trips, do you know, is it just the first place team for the mixed trips that qualifies on the pro list? Or is there none of them? I can't recall.
I don't think anybody moves in mixed triples, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I can't remember. It's either first place or nobody, and I'm not sure what the answer is. So don't quote us on that one. We're trying our best.
But we might know a guy.
Yeah, that's fair. Little guy, gray beard, salt and pepper heavy. Definitely a better performance from the DC show here so far. Although, big 9 mark from Red says, hey, don't get too comfortable. We're right in striking distance.
Are they ever? And a point lead. This Hawk leaves the board.
Yeah, Cody seems a little dialed in. You can see a lot of folks. He does have a pretty quick nature to his throw there, and I almost wonder if he just dialed in that second dart a little bit more. A 4 mark there just doesn't feel like enough after you see 9 mark, 7 mark from Doggy Dog. I stand corrected.
A bit of a reprieve. You see the reaction there from Red. Would have expected more.
Yeah, reading the chat here, guys, you might be right. I think it was because I watched the AM play in One Go Pro that I just got confused there. But we'll get a confirmation from one of our officials next time they circle through the room here and get some more accurate answers on the pro list. I'm just here to call numbers and say funny things occasionally.
So Cody, decent lead here. Look to send that into the bullseye. Gets the close on the 16, throwing out a double. I'll be talking to him about that.
Yeah, if he does it again, you can have full reign to egg his house.
I haven't been on a good egging for a long time.
Well, that's good. I'd be more concerned if you did it recently. Oh, Daryl goes ahead and gets it closed up here. So we're closed all the way down. 108-point difference here. Means Hawk needs to borrow somebody else's darts if he wants to get the win in this turn. Which right now all he can do is try to tee up a shot. And that helps quite a lot, bringing it within 4. So getting halfway there. Good marker dart for Cody. Oh no, that second dart came out so fast there. This is a big steal potentially. 4 bowls is all that's needed. Can he follow his partner's pace?
No, so 1 bullseye.
That'll do, Daryl. Gets them on the board, 2-1. But as you and I have seen, the story today has been these 2-0 starts, and after that they get the leg on, and a lot of teams have been struggling to get that break. We'll see if that's the case here, or if we're set to go the distance.
Even exchange early in this one.
Hawk on his previous go, loaded up the 20s at the 6. Can he continue with that streak here? Try to go at the 19s, not able to collect, and looks like he's staying and finds it. Job well done there. Does what he set out to do, get the close and add a few points.
Great first 2. Puts in the 180. Doesn't even take a look down at those 17s.
Shows where he was feeling the most comfortable at the moment, I would say. Continuing it, Hawk finds the 17s on the first and gets the 18s on the third. So well in front and very much in the danger zone for DC.
This one not looking good.
Screw you, Cartman says, does Bunce play soft tip, or is he all steel, referring to Stow Bunce? I believe he's all steel. I have not seen him at any soft tip events in a while now.
Who was that? I missed it.
They were asking if Stow Bunce plays soft tip at all, and I don't believe he does.
Oh yeah, I've never seen Stow at a soft event.
I have not either, but that will do it. Doggy Dog says, Rut-row Raggy to the DC show as they get that one. So exciting to see what we have in store for you next. Doggy Dog will go on to play Hammer Time, Leonard Gates' team. So we're going to figure out which match is coming up next to the stream board here. And we're excited to continue bringing coverage of the Texas Regional here in Houston. Just kidding, guys. That's the bullseye if you're curious what that looks like. Wrong button there. Welcome back, everybody. Nick Teixeira and Gordon Dixon here in the commentary booth, bringing coverage of another winner's side matchup on the Pro-Am Cricket Doubles. Surprise, surprise, takes on Savage. Excited to see this one.
Good last find there for Brad. You remember we saw Brandon and Gil on the stream earlier. One of the stronger teams I think we've seen thus far.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you there. And on the other end, I mean, we got surprise, surprise. That consists of Brad Bryce and Austin DeGola. I believe Brad Bryce did a pretty decent run last night. I'm going to double check that real quick.
Another good shot from Brad, trying to fight back here against the darts in the first leg.
Yeah, Brandon looks way more comfortable than he did earlier. Earlier, he was getting into form, and it was honestly Gil doing a lot of the heavy lifting, but now it seems like they're both kind of really finding their stride.
Yeah, great to see. Obviously, not as familiar as we discussed earlier in the day with Gil, but Gil's certainly showing his stripes and his ability earlier. So if him and Brandon are both flowing, that's going to be a handful.
Here's Brad. Well, you need a big shot here if you're Digo, right? You need to find something magical on those 15s.
Yeah, running out of real estate. Good shot there from Gil. Big lead going into the bullseyes. Looking to go with throw for this first leg.
Brandon gets that convincingly there for leg number 1. No.
Yeah, taking a spin. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, please.
I was just going to say, taking a spin through the brackets, just below this for a spot in the other semifinal is Where's Nance and G&Z. And below that, we saw Doggy Dog and Hammer Time. So we've actually got that other semifinal on hold, so we will get to watch both those semifinals. We're hoping the losers bracket starts to run here a little bit to catch up. That way we don't have to sit around a whole lot.
Yeah, and the Where's Nansen G and Z teams, which we haven't had a chance to see in the stream yet. We did briefly see G and Z before the commentary started. That's Garrett Halpin and Zach Hunter. And then Where's Nance is Travis Brewster and Patrick McGinnis. I will say, if out of what we've seen so far, right, the team to beat is still going to be the Leonard Gates Hammer Time team, just because they just had the highest echelon in their dart ability. Doggy Dog had moments where they would keep up with that. I would say Team Savage, as you mentioned, probably one of the other teams that could potentially keep up with that one. It's going to be interesting to see who's up to the tall task.
The only thing I would argue, I think the best leg that we've seen though is out of Savage. The 2-9 mark leg from that included Gil.
Yep.
Is probably the best leg on leg that we've seen. But I would agree with you as far as like overall standard. Again, anytime you've got Leonard with an amateur partner that can throw over 4, they're going to be a handful all day.
Yeah, certainly. And let's be honest. I mean, it's not like Leonard Gates is off this weekend. He won pro singles last night and is still throwing to a good standard. That might be this will probably be one of the events where you have the best chance at besting him, just because he was here late at the night. There is more fatigue in play. Updates on some of the other brackets here. The women's winner side is starting to get actually almost into their semifinals. So moving along at a pretty similar pace, which is impressive considering there's, I believe, over 100 teams in the women's combo. And then the men's cricket doubles in that top 8, top 16 territory currently in the bracket on the winner side.
So big lead in this one. We'll look to close the corners. Only one of them, but job done, really. Not a whole lot that Brad and Surprise can do here. So maybe a quick 3-0 here if they're not careful.
Well, let's hope Surprise has a surprise in store to surprise us in this next leg.
I think I followed that.
I was trying to throw you off. Can't pull nothing past you. What do you got?
Opening shot here for Gil.
What do you got for us here, Gil? What do you got?
Big open. Continuing to keep the pressure on.
Yeah, they're just looking good throughout so far. And Digo, I mean, you can tell he's not happy with how his darts are connected. They did get to this point in the bracket, so they've won several rounds in a row. But he does have a significant kick to his throw. The name's escaping me, but there's a player in the PDC that had a deep run in a tournament last year that has a very similar kick to it. But it's so hard to do if you don't keep your shoulder and elbow to the same level throughout the whole throw.
Yeah, you can play darts at an extremely high level, even with some of those idiosyncrasies and movements and stuff. It's just on the days that you're off, you're going to be off. There's not a whole lot of getting that back in line, which is why you see some of the steadier, better follow-through players consistently showing results more often.
It always circles back to the peaks and valleys, right? The more consistent you are, the lower or the less low your valleys truly become. And that's the whole point of there's no right way to throw a dart, but there's ways to make it so you have less variables in your dart game and darting in general. (6-0) and a 7-5. Team Savage is doing exactly what their name entails, being savages on the dartboard.
Yeah, Gil gets the close. All that was really needed there was a 2 mark, and that's what he got. So this again looking to track to a 3-0 win. And we'll see where we're at in that losers bracket. May move over to the losers bracket depending on how well they're moving along, or circle back and maybe catch our first semifinal while this top bracket catches up. Because I don't see any legs completed between Where's Nance and G and Z.
Yeah, so they're tailing a little bit behind here, so more than likely, just with the way things are shaping up here, I think we're probably going to go with our semis next, but you're right, we could go with some losers brackets. There's a lot of different things to choose from here for sure.
Yeah, we don't mean to write Brad and Dago off, but
that is all she wrote.
Not looking good. There it is. 3-0 win for the Savages, Brandon and Gil.
Yeah, but they're not out of it yet. They're still going to be on that one-loss side of the bracket here, so have a chance to come back, and hopefully we can, as obviously that was not the performance that they had in mind for us, and there's still plenty of darts left for them, and a plenty full dart room here in Houston. So just give us a moment, folks. We're going to figure out which match is coming up next here, and we'll be back in the action in just a second. Nick Teixeira, Gordon Dixon. Well, no. Hammer time is on the board, and Dog Eat Dog duking it out here for our first of our top 4 matches. Nick Teixeira and Gordon Dixon in the booth here. Excited to see how this one plays out, and curious to see if Dog Eat Dog can continue that strong performance and maybe give Hammer Time a run for their money here.
Well, we got a good opening here at the beginning of the first leg. We'll see if they can kind of get us started.
And when I went up to Hawk to say that they were on the stream board again, I said, "Hey, I'm on the stream board," and he said, "Oh, all right," and seemed to be very lackadaisical about it. So I'm sure there's not really any nerves about the match at all, and it shows from the start off with very aggressive closes from both teams.
We'll have to watch for the timing of Joe's shots again. Was a big part of the success that we saw from Leonard and him earlier.
Well, Red right there taking advantage of the situation, basically effectively stealing Hammer Time's throw.
Just need to make sure they stay on it, because no doubt Hammer Time has the firepower to push back. And that's a good step. Open number on the 17, though.
Yeah, Joey really won that first start on the 17 to trip. Would have given a point lead for 2 single 18s to close, but does still get the point lead, hit up what he needed to there, and forces Red to throw the first one upstairs at minimum.
Here's the opening. And there is Leonard Gates walking through.
Yeah, if there's one thing that Leonard Gates can do is if you give him that chance, all right, well, all he needs is this, and hopefully that won't happen. Doesn't matter what he's currently throwing in the match. He just knows how to turn it on in the right moments. That seems to be part of the reason why him and Joey work so well.
Oh, and he closes out the 16s with a double 104-point lead. Sorry, 96-point lead. Didn't carry the one.
It's okay. I went to school in Florida. I'm not going to be able to correct you.
Good shot there from Red. Draws back a couple of points. Oh, and a close on the 15. So, a little danger here early in the leg, but Hammer Time retaining their throw. Now, Hawk and Red going to need a lot of help.
Yeah, if you're Doggy Dogs, or really any team in general, when you have that chance early on in the leg and you do take advantage of it, get that early lead, you have to capitalize and continue to capitalize on those moments. Because typically as matches go on, Leonard Gates and partner typically will be stronger throughout the match, and getting those opportunities early is key to winning these matches.
Outside shot here. Two to four, but Leonard Gates needing 2 bulls is not a spot you want to be in.
Yeah, makes it a little interesting. Takes it all the way to the last start there. I will say Leonard Gates has had two different moments so far this weekend where his bulls have not been as tight as he would prefer, including in singles, missing 3 darts for 2 bulls against Derek Hinkle to give him a chance to get back in. So, but in that case, gets the job done. No sweat off his brow.
This really the important one. Need to make sure that Leonard and Joe know they're in a match. Hold their throw here.
Yeah, holding and throws seems to be a little bit of a rarity today. I feel like we've seen a lot of 2-0 to 2-1 starts. I mean, that's really kind of the direction we've seen a lot of things go. Hold throws after the first leg, I should say. Well, that's a bad time for Joe to find a nothing sandwich.
Yeah, we said Joe's timing would be important. I kind of meant it on the positive side. Look at this from Hawk. Taking full advantage of the open, throwing a 7 behind. And we said they needed to take full advantage of the start, and that is what they're doing here.
Yeah, Leonard Gates, I mean, drops down to a 5-0 after the 3 singles there. But there's not much you can do if your partner just isn't able to collect, especially when Doggy Dog starts off a little bit more hot-handed here than they did in the previous leg.
Yeah, great leg. Great leg from Doggy Dog.
Now, here's an important question for you here, Gordon. Is it Doggy Dog like Snoop Doggy Dog, or is it like Doggy Dog like the play on like the Doggy Dog saying? What do you think the origin is, the etymology for Doggy Dog is?
I have no idea. My guess, maybe they're old dogs.
That's fair. Maybe they're Georgia Bulldog fans.
Well, they didn't spell it right.
Oh, that's true. They spelled the same way Cleveland does, right? Dog.
Yep. I always err on the side of anybody that spells it D-A-W-G as being a Browns fan. But yeah, that would be an interesting question to ask them.
Ram Guevara Jr. in the chat with a dynamite drop, and he says, "No one knows about Doggy Dog. He just always says that when he's playing." So there we go.
Wait, which one of them?
Yeah, that's a fair question, Ram. Which one? We're talking about Red or Hawk? My money's on Hawk.
Is it like is it a positive thing? You hit a nine mark and you're like Doggy Dog.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess it's equivalent to saying like hot dog, you know? I'm not sure.
Or you blank on the Bulls and go Doggy Dog.
Oh, Hawk. He clarified it. Hawk, I can see Hawk being Doggy Dog, and everyone else is saying it's because they're ladies' men. So
that's hilarious. Well, looking like back holds of throw here.
Yeah, that's a great first start on this campaign from Joe. Almost gets the 16 on the second. But does what he needed to do there. Just get that close down and keep their 2-house advantage in line.
And we can confirm our other semifinal is set up. We need to take that off of the board that they're on, but we've got Where's Nance defeating G&Z in the 5th leg decider. So we'll have that one right up next after this.
Where's Nance is definitely one of those interesting teams with the Travis Brewster, Patrick McGinnis combo. So I'm excited to see them.
Yeah, dang Ohio players.
Gotta love them, gotta hate them. But today we're choosing love them.
But this match still got a little life in it. We'll be playing our first must-win leg. It's looking like in the next, but Red and Hawk will have the start, and they took full advantage the last time, so may tip this one for a 5th leg decider.
Although with that last double bull, it makes it a
double bulls are free today.
Apparently, they're on sale. There does just need a single 20 single bull, so expect it to go, and it does. I was trying to make it interesting there, so here we go. It's all a matter of can they continue the streak of holding for hold? Who holds out? What you got for us, Doggy Dog Hawk?
Oh, and just the close of the 20. So already an opening.
One of which was attempted to be taken by Leonard, but not actually confirmed. So giving Red a chance to kind of punish right back. Yeah, I'd like to stay there.
Oh, what a last.
Love to stay there. I think putting the pressure on Joey is your recipe for success here.
Yep, completely agree. You've got the start. You've got the bigger number. It's best to protect that. If Joe hits a 7 mark, cheers to him. But, yeah, you've still got that 20 to defend. Hawk's going to want to find a treble. It's going to go down to the 19s. And he does trip it, but dangerous game he's playing here.
Yeah.
Leonard's certainly capable of a 7 or 9.
It could have hurt a lot more. In that case, it didn't really hurt much at all. Still have a 10-point lead going into it, but same strategy here for Red. I really think unless he hit 2 trips, you're staying on that 20 here. But in this case, doesn't need to pay me no worries as he just goes right on and gets the 18 there. 70-point advantage now for Doggy Dog. This is a pretty good campaign here for the Doggy Dog team.
Yeah, they're going to take it to a fifth leg, and it'll come down to that bull. Both teams hold and throw. We were curious whether or not Hawk and Red had the firepower. And they're showing that they do. I think they've played a pretty sound strategy the entire time. That's a little tricky. I mean, he only needed one to close.
I mean,
and he went back to the 20.
I agree. The close is probably correct, but when you're throwing a 6-6-7, it almost feels like anything can be correct. But at least Hawk a nice LTO.
And to a point earlier, even if he had tripped the 16, he only got credit for one mark. So by tripping the 20, he did maximize his marks on the turn.
Now, this is where I do think a little bit of a misstep was. I think getting that 16 out of the way first instead of going for those 15s probably would have been slightly more advantageous, but it's a moot point at this point in the match, even if Leonard Gates does load him up.
And Red shutting it down, so we will see that deciding leg and cork. This again, semifinals in the Pro-Am 37th annual BullShooter Regional Tour. Are you in Texas? I'm sorry, Houston proper, Nick?
I believe so. This is literally right next to the IAH airport, so right over there on. So I believe so. Honestly, I went straight from the airport to here. I haven't had much time to do much exploring. Well, one hole out syndrome for these guys at the moment.
Now this may be the defining mistake. As we see Leonard Gates find the bull and the start. Because that was a very winnable cork. Especially with as many double bulls as Red has hit.
It only costs as much as how much Leonard can make this hurt on the opening here. Seems like it's going to hurt a lot. So Hawk needs to try to answer perfection. Trying to find some of his own.
Well, it's not perfection, but it is a good transfer of pressure. Lets Joey know he's in a match here. Oh, look at that, and a 7 mark. The timing from Joe.
Exactly. That's more akin to what we were talking about and what you were talking about specifically going into this match of what we kind of were looking to see out of Joe.
So 9-7. What can Red do here? Red scored well as well. And it's 7-2. The mark totals for Doggy Dog.
Leonard throwing his hands up saying, come on, as he gets the trip on the last start there. But, I mean, now they're well out in front, 160-point advantage, 2 numbers up. This is quickly becoming dire for what has otherwise been a strong performance from the Doggy Dog team.
Yeah, I kind of figured it was going to come down to the cork. Doggy Dog pressing here in the decider. Even above and beyond, Joe and Leonard both finding big marks.
And no fancy fanfare necessary from Joe. Just needed to get that close. And I mean, at this point, you're not only hoping for yourself to hit perfection, but hoping for your opponent to make mistakes. And that's something that you won't see very often out of Leonard Gates and Joe. So Hawk here, making the last stand on the 15s. Gets the first 2 trips. Could he get one more? Doesn't quite get it. Still averaging a 5. I mean, really not letting up too much on this leg here, but I mean, that losing that cork is just so monumental. And at this point, Joe just needs to get this close here. And yeah, they're massive advantage into the Bulls. 1 away from getting their spot in the King Series.
Yeah, controlling that 20 is so big early doors. So Leonard stepping up here, single bull, take them to the final. And there it is, the completion of your first semifinal here in the Pro-Am Cricket Doubles. We are going to tee up Savage and Where's Nance coming up next on the live stream for this 37th annual BullShooter Regional in Texas, Houston, Texas. We'll be right back.
Back and better than ever. We are here again in Houston for the Texas Regional and what is our other top 4 match and our first look at Where's Nance. Sorry, it looks like we have a little bit of an echo there. Yeah, first look at Where's Nance, and of course Savage, one of these other teams that we saw be pretty predominant so far.
Yeah, this is first time seeing the Ohio boys. And so far, maybe a little initial jitters from them.
Yeah, I mean, Gil's looked so strong all day, and so does his partner, so it's a tall task even if they are feeling not so jittery.
Well, it's one of those that if they're letting them settle in, they're gonna hammer them even more.
Oh, absolutely.
But the good news is, since this is the first leg, and we play loser plays first, there's really no harm in losing your throw on the first leg.
No, there certainly is not any punishment on the first leg, but what it does punish is the fact that it's setting a precedent. And for confidence as well. I mean, the intangibles is what it's costing you.
Two 15s and 3 bulls, and we'll be on to that second leg.
Well, just 2 15s will suffice from Gil there. Gil Martinez has definitely been the sleeper of the tournament for you and I's radar. One of those guys that just seems to be, I don't know if he's just a local guy that doesn't travel much or what it is, but he seems to be just doing some work this weekend so far.
No, for sure. And obviously good results breed good results. So it's good to see him being able to carry in that third place to the next event as well. We see Brandon polish it off.
So during our little intermission there, I made a joke to LJ, one of the tournament staff. I said, I might be tired, but what if I did play mixed trips? Just as a joke, had no intention of doing it. He said, you can't. I said, well, why is that? There's already 128 teams signed up for trips. That is insane. It is already maxed out. It is only 2:30 local time. The event doesn't even start till, I believe, 4 or 5 even, and it is 2.5 hours early and it's filled to the brim.
I tell you what, Houston is one of those regionals that just it's big every year. And what's scary is I think sometimes it falls second or third. Dude, I think Florida normally beats it.
In Florida and the Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania are the other really big ones there that are monumental.
Yeah, yep, those are the 3 that normally vie for the biggest turnouts.
Yeah, Florida's definitely blew up in size after the Georgia one unfortunately had to go away due to Georgia gambling laws. Caused it to balloon for sure. On top of the fact that if you try to play a mixed event in Florida, good luck unless you have one of the top women there. It is tough.
We got another one-sided leg here. Patrick and Travis need to do something, or we're going to see a savage final.
Pun intended?
Pun intended.
All right, cool. Good work.
Look at that.
I'm going to be honest. I used my better judgment, was about to make a horse noise.
Oh, and we got a free double bull. Now, losing your throw in the second leg means that you didn't win the first leg, and that does spell a little bit of trouble for you.
A little bit's a understatement. I mean, it's a lot of trouble. It is hard when you're playing with this caliber of players where anybody can just turn on a 5, 6, 7+ game at any point to then try to break that throw. Because if they catch a hot hand, there's not much you can do if both players are in sync. Kayla Lynn saying in chat, Houston, Florida, Pittsburgh. If you don't pre-register, don't get mad if you ain't in. And that is from our unofficial spokesperson, Kayla. She's always out there on Facebook informing people about different things. Calls herself the female Mike Maloney.
Travis started with a 1 mark.
Yeah, they started with a 0 in the last leg as well. So very unfortunate right now for Where's Nance.
Shake of the head from Patrick, but he does find 5. Brandon not leaving the 20.
Yeah, as we said, there's no risk that they need to take. They're up 2 straight. They have the bigger number. They literally have nothing to do except score some points and take some chip shots here and there. That's all they have to do. Oh, but that's a real lax start from Gil. Let's see if he's able to correct. He does correct very well. But a little bit of an opening does give a shot here to McGinnis to McDo it.
Needs to string some trebles together.
It wasn't happening.
And never really gets close.
That last start, you could tell, like, I just saw it on my little replay monitor on the side here, and he just released it really early, and it kind of just floated down into place. He's just not having that same level of snappiness that I assume he typically expects from his throw.
Yeah, now Travis is always he has a gitchy throw most of the time, and he's one that I will tell you can be extremely accurate. But when it's not happening, it's very tough to get a throw like that back in line in the middle of a match.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the nice parts about working on the regional tour and working with Arachna in general this go-around. It's been really cool to see different players in circuits that don't always intermingle with the ones I currently have or still do work on. And so, like, seeing players like Travis Brewster, Cody Cottrell, like those Ohio boys that travel to all these different tournaments, and seeing these different regional talents that sometimes don't travel out of state, it's really cool to meet and see all these different players, and it shows just how big the dart world is and how talented the scene is.
Does catch a treble, so this battle of the 20s versus 19s getting a little closer. Will this be an opening for Patrick? And I think it is.
It's going to have to be. He needs to seize a moment like this. He needs to get some momentum going in their favor, because it just takes a little bit to move a mountain.
Oh, I do not like that shot. You had a chance to take that 20 away. I may have even done it down a point. Caught the first 19 and take that 20 away for this exact reason. Look at this. And I talked him out of the third, but everyone on that board's best number is the 20.
Yeah, at some point you need to take the pot shot at it. Like there, right? Travis obviously did not have a good look at that bet after those first 2 darts there. And I know you're down on points, but at some point you either need to get another house open or you need to go for an aggressive close on that bigger house.
Even here, I hit 418s. I'd take a whack at that 20.
Sorry, I got distracted there for a second. Kayla Lynn quoted what I just said about her being the female Mike Maloney as a coordinator and put a timestamp on the post and tagged me in it. She said, "You heard it here first, folks." Look at that shot from Brandon.
Travis finally finding a 7 mark.
Keyword there is finally, right? I mean, you're 4 numbers down, and it's near impossible to come back from a scenario like this, especially after that close there. Great shot from Gil Martinez to just really stay focused throughout this entirety of the match.
You knew there was going to be a double bull in there.
Oh, well, it's a requirement, actually.
Double bull. Yep. There it is. Darting by numbers.
Oh.
Winners here, the Savages, Brandon and Gil. Commiserations to Travis and Patrick. They will be trying to do it in the losers bracket, doing it the tough way. We are going to take a spin around the bracket, see what we have available, and bring you some more darting action as soon as we can from the Texas Regional in the 37th Annual BullShooter Regional Series in Houston, Texas. We'll be right back with more darts.
Go Astros. Well, it's king seat time, showing some min cricket doubles here. K-Town's finest versus Reaper Darts. This should be a good one. I went out.
Can't say that I'm a whole lot of familiar with most of these players, but I can tell you, getting to the finals of this event, just in general, you're usually playing pretty darn good.
I can tell you a little bit about some of them. So I did watch the last bit of the other semifinal match that led into this. That was with K-Town's finest beating out Los Piratas. And let me tell you, that was a tiebreaker 800-point game where the lowest man was still a 4. And there was big celebration when the winning double bull was hit by the K-Town team. And their hearts are really in it. And on top of that, on K-Town's team, you have Evaristo Lopez, which is actually someone that yesterday I picked as a favorite for the non-pro bracket, and I believe finished out in 3rd or 4th.
So there's some pedigree here just across the board.
Yeah, and on the other end, Reaper Darts, Brock jokingly said to me, because it was just him at the board while everyone else was kind of meandering around, he's like, you want to play? And I was like, if you need a fluffer, I got you. So we get in there and we play, and he shot a 6-0 going into the Bulls, and the only reason it dropped below to like a 5-1 is because I said he wasn't allowed to use his own darts anymore. Halfway through the match, I was tired of it. I was like, no, I'm not doing this. It's too much. So, yeah, I expect most players to still be above that 4 line or right near it. So, I'd say the low man, you can't get away with any less than a 3-8. You have to play 3-8 or higher if you want to win this. And it is best of 3, so it's a shorter format. Glad to see Brock decided to not just beat me up and seems to be carrying over that onto the dart match here. Currently shooting a 5-3.
Good find, Felisto. Quickly shut down by Nick O. Weighs off the 3rd.
A little bit of an opening. Brock does not get those 16s. X's on it for both teams here. So you got Listo up. Can Lopez load it up? That's the question.
Yeah, not a very big opening, but this has been the best look they've gotten thus far.
I will say, I think part of the factor here is a little bit of, for K-Town, honestly, a big adrenaline jump. That was a huge celebration from them to get into this match, and you could tell their hearts were really in it. And two, I mean, with the non-pro teams, you typically do see a little bit more nerves when you're in the bullpen.
Big Mike able to find the 7 mark.
Outshot was available there for double trip 20. I think you have to take a look at some point here. I think in this situation, especially with the person coming up next only shooting a 2.25, taking that shot at the 20 might be more advantageous than just taking a 4-3 on the bull race. And Nick here just going to go ahead and add some points on top and get a 94-point advantage now. So now it's 2 to close and 4 to get up. So 6 bulls now behind.
So 3 clean bulls from Brock, and we will be headed into the second leg. Remember, we are watching the amateurs now, so 2 out of 3 is where we're at. And we see him catch that free double bull on the last start.
I do have good news, is that we get 10% of whatever Brock wins today because of that warm-up game I gave him.
Well, you said we. I get a piece of that as well?
Yeah, you were there in spirit.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I'm a generous co-commentator. It's actually my title, Nick the Generous Co-Commentator, the Sheriff. Looks like they had a little trouble just getting everything sorted. Actually, it looks like the order switch. I believe Listo's now going second. I believe he was going first in that first leg. Interesting decision.
Good catch from Big Mike.
Good stuff there from Brock.
Yeah, great follow. Pressure already on Listo.
Yeah, Avrisa Lopez, I believe his book average is roughly around a 4.3, so I think he's a little bit below his mark of where he would want to be right now for sure. It's about the standard he was playing in that top 4 match as well. So maybe some streamboard anxiety or something. Me personally, I blame the rubber mat.
Good catch there from Nick. Up to the 20. And we got a lead headed into the 18s for Reaper Darts. K-Town's finest. Big Mike. 5 mark on the 18. Does not take the lead. And Brock, the guy who's really been driving the bus here in terms of averages.
Yeah.
Comes up with a 3rd dart.
Bus driver indeed. Yeah, I mean, he's so far just shown the highest echelon of performance on the board. As far as it's really just holding it together and showing a good performance. Nick's trying to make a big shot happen here. Five will suffice. I mean, right now you're basically asking Big Mike, hey, can you hit a 9 mark right now? Can you go trip, trip, trip? Because that's the shot available. If he does anything less than that, you're okay. obviously prefer less. And a 6 mark is still a good shot, but lets Brock still have control to dictate the match. Patrick McGinnis saying, I blame the rubber mat. And then saying, hi, Gordon.
Replies are for winners.
I also got a couple people canceling me for my Astros comment, it looks like. Do apologize. I don't know sports ball.
So this one looking one way for Reaper Darts.
Yep.
K-Town's finest needs to start finding triples and finding them regularly.
I mean, K-Town definitely upped their game from the last one. I mean, it's throwing a combined 9, but the combined 10.25 is just way too much to handle at the moment. Again, non-pro combined 10.2. I mean, that's tough. I don't even think I can count the 10.2.
Nico been solid this entire leg.
You had to say, jinx him a little bit there with only the 3, not getting the close on the 16s there. Giving Mike, again, that slight little option, that little opportunity to change the ebb and flow. Oh, and what a shot
Big
there.
shot. Aggressive and deadly. Brock Garza.
Garza's just doing everything right now. There's not really much to critique. He's shooting the right shots. He's hitting the right triples, and he's walking with some moxie and some confidence right now. And if I was his partner, I mean, it would be instilling confidence.
Well, and knowing that, I mean, at least one double bowl is free. Ooh, look at this. They decided to protect there. I mean, it's not wrong per se. I don't think they needed to. But
You never know. Double bowls are free on this board.
it's very true. It's very true.
I think he also, if I'm Nick, which technically I am, I would put all the faith in Brock, right? Just say, hey, you're in charge, you're leading the way, I'll just give support, and that's exactly what happens here. And that was a strong showing from Reaper Darts, and if I haven't seen it in much other teams in the non-pro bracket, but I would have to say they're heavily favored. I don't know what team can double dip if they play like that.
Yeah, same. I have not seen a bunch on the amateur side. In fact, those are the only 2 teams. But that's the standard that I would expect the amateur and Houston team to win with, because there's too many people out there that can average over 4, and if you've got 2 of you and you can string them together, that's going to be really tough to beat, or really competitive because multiple people can do that. So hats off to Nick and Brock in the final, and good luck to K-Town to come back through that losers bracket.
Well said. And speaking of brackets, we're going to figure out what's coming up next for you and continue the darting action on the live stream here in Houston, Texas for the 38th Regional Tour. I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by Gordon Dixon. We'll be back in just a moment's time. if I hit this wrong button one more time, chat. Welcome back, everybody. Old School and Doggy Dog taking it on in the 5th-6 matchup here for the Texas BullShooter Regional Tournament. Nick Teixeira and Gordon Dixon on the mic for this one.
Yeah, looking forward to this one. Familiar face with Ram, Donnie Ram here. Definitely going to be the standard that I think we expect to see at the end of these type of tournaments.
Yeah, he did not make a chance to get on the stream yesterday. He was having a more strugglesome performance from what I understood. But someone you expect to see do well in these tournaments. I've never actually had a chance to commentate on it myself, but I've seen him on countless videos, especially at tournaments like the Oklahoma Throwdown and of the Lake. So excited to see what he has in store for us here.
So good start to the match already. We've seen quite a bit of Red and Hawk today.
Yeah, I did go up to Hawk and I said, hey, man, we were talking about it. So what's the whole deal with the doggy dog thing? And he's like, people just started calling me it. Now I got a license plate that says it. And that was what he had to say about it.
Fair enough. We see Donnie Ram with the 9 mark. Now this is on the loser side, so we are playing 2 out of 3. So a little bit more sense of urgency, I would say, in each one of these legs.
Yeah, I do want to give an update on some of our other brackets here. How it's looking like it's shaping up is we're going to cover this match, then probably the king seat after that. And then it'll be time for the women's finals and then the non-pro finals, and then it'll be time to go back to the pro-am finals. So basically, you're going to have king seat, final after this. Is how it's looking roughly to shape up according to how the brackets are. We'll see if that's actually what comes to fruition.
Good battle here so far. Both teams doing a good job of defending their number.
Yeah, very heavy point battle on this one early on. And that is something that's more common when you switch to a shorter format on the loser side of the bracket, right? You're not going to take as many big risks and aggressive closes. A lot of times you're trying to just stay dialed in, try to get the most utility for each of your marks.
Donnie Ram trying to direct traffic, but his partner had a little bit different tactic there. Went over to the 17s, not the 18s.
A good opportunity for Ram to really do some work here, getting rid of those 18s. Now going to move on, try to take advantage of that mark on the 15s. Does so with ease. How about over to the 16s? Oh, almost. I think he's listening.
Just walking down the board.
Looks like they're having a little laugh about the double 16 there. Well, 3 numbers and points can just go right at the bull here, or it can just tee it up if he so desires. But going at the bull seems advantageous, especially if you do that.
Shut her down. Great leg. 5-5-0, 6.25, plays 5-3-3 and 4-5. I thought this one might not disappoint in terms of standard.
Yeah, no, you were the one that I spied this on the bracket, so that was a good call, as this has been enticing so far, and I'm really curious here if Doggy Dog's still going to get a dog in the fight. They were close in that one. It seems like they're going to put up quite the performance in this one, too.
Yeah, great open from Hawk.
Ram firing back with a 5, but right now control with Doggy Dog. Red here. He's had a pretty hot hand today. He's going to try to just keep moving along. Oh, unfortunately, I jinxed him there. Now, Gordon, one thing I noticed there, Donnie was quick to say, hey, here's what I want you to do, partner, to John over there. And I love the communication. It seems very effective between them. And says, hey, if you hit this, then go up. And otherwise stay down. I'd like to see the good symmetry between the partners.
Yeah, no, I love to see partners communicating like that, especially in a pro-am. There may be some more questions from one partner to the other, and it's always the ones that do a good job of preparing their amateur or the struggling partner to set up the shot.
Good first start there for Donnie. Oh, he really wanted that 22. He has been talking about taking a look at it. That's what he was talking about with his partner prior as well, and really wanted that to connect, just catching that wire there. So going to have to go back to these 18s now. No point in taking the risk on the 20 on the third, in my opinion. Yeah, it doesn't connect there either, though.
Yeah, definitely an opening there that could have been punished. But as it stands, red now going to look to gather up some 20s and try to take that 18 away.
Yeah, he gets a free poke at it after being over 100 points up. So 106-point difference. So that does mean a 7 mark is required here. Or excuse me, a 6 mark.
Good last.
Solid stuff there from Hawk.
Yeah, a couple of daggers here in the second leg. Looking like we might go all 3 now.
We're going for distance, and we're going for speed.
Speed?
I had no faith that I was making a cake reference there. I understand. I see how it is.
Not a lot of options for John here. Needs to find as many 15s as he can. Hope for a opening from Hawk.
I don't think Hawk wants to leave him an opening. Just going off the look and determination here.
Yeah, no, we may see this go away right here.
It very well could. And it does. What a shot there from Hawk.
Just had a feeling. You see Donnie.
6-0-4-0-4-0-4-0. So one breakaway and the rest are in parity.
The all-important cork. Red puts one hole in. Donnie will look to go just northwest of that. And a little too far northwest of that.
Yeah, so that is a good sign for the Doggy Dogs. And on the other hand, Old School going to need to settle in and brave the storm here and see how Hawk starts this one off. It'd start with a 9 in the previous leg, if I'm not mistaken.
Seven will do, though. 7 will do.
Yeah, great opening there. I mean, Hawk's really been just so consistent on our stream board. And that might hurt a lot.
You see the frustration set in there for Donnie. Doesn't stay with it on the third dart.
See, if Red needs to run away with an opportunity like this, take the pressure off their own backs. Big turn here. Needs to make sure to at least get the close.
That's best case scenario. You couldn't have expected Red to miss completely, so. What can John do on the 18s? Oh, he can pill him up. Oh, he drops low on the third. A little gitchy on that one, but brings him back into this leg a bit.
Just a bit, though. It's still up to Hawk to decide and dictate how this one continues to go. Oh, unlucky on the second dart there. It looked like he had a better line than that. So, let's see if he's able to recover well. And just gets a single. So, yeah, there's still a little bit of an opportunity here. Nice guy, Donnie, going and grabbing the dart for him.
Yeah, you can definitely tell there's a familiarity there.
This is going to be a tall task. 86 points down. Needs at least a 5. At bare minimum. That'll do. 7 mark there. Gets him back in the running.
Oh, and Red only able to find a single triple. So we got another discussion. John buries the 18, and you see Donnie give the nod to go at the 20s.
I say, get the easy one out of the way first there, John. I think.
Oh, little short arm.
I mean,
Little short arm on that third dart.
with Hawk behind, you expect that he's going to, even if he misses into a single, and he only needs 2 to get ahead. I almost think that after tripping 18, closing the 19, and going back to the 18s was the better shot here. But then again, I might stand corrected. I do stand corrected.
Yeah, they get away with it. I don't know if you've got a chance to take that 20 away. You're going second. I mean, you're going to have to turn this leg around somewhere. But it looks like it's going to work out if Donnie can just stay straight.
Oh, not happy with that second art at all.
Yeah, and he's not going to stay straight. So he's got a decision now to go back at the 18 or stay on that 20. I think he's better suited on the 20, just given the position.
Well, and also knowing that Red's falling behind, and Red's right now in a little bit of a cold streak. So if I'm going to make a person have to open up a new number from behind, I would rather be the person that's struggling versus the person with the hot hand. So if you're going to do a shot like that, this is a spot. The indecision cost him there.
Yeah, should have never had that or took that long to think about it. Yeah, and that's why those 20s, everybody's so good on them.
Yeah, if you're John 316, you might want to start practicing your name and having some faith in this, because that's what it's going to take to get through the storm. It feels like Hawk and Red are just kind of finding what they need at the right moments right now.
Here comes Hawk. Leaves it open a bit. But Donnie not really stringing shots together. Picks off a 20. I don't mind it. That 20 needs to go away. Red may look to just tee off on it again.
Yeah, I like the shot there too. Unfortunately, the dagger just doesn't quite go in, and Red does exactly what he's supposed to do when a shot like that happens. Oh, you want to take away my 20s? Better capitalize like they are going out of style. Finding 7.
Yep. Couldn't blame him for just putting in another 140.
Now there's not really much of a point. Like, yeah, John could go up on one of these starts and just grab that, but being down over 100 points, you got to close the gap a little bit more. And a 6 mark is a very solid shot from John. Hawks definitely cooled off a little bit in this leg. I swear it's like they do the opposite of what I'm saying. What a shot there. What a shot. That's disgusting. Great 8 mark. See Darnie saying,
Donnie Ram, all that's left, piling the 15s. 90 points still puts them down. It's not even going to be that good.
Yeah, almost a sign of resignation there from Donnie a little bit in the demeanor. And they're still laughing and having a good time, don't get me wrong, but there was a sense of like, oh, that was the shot right there that changes the whole game from Hawk. And it's apparent. And Red's just going to piggyback right off it there and might just take it away in this round.
He's going to have to talk to the front desk about his free double bull. It was not delivered.
Yeah, what the heck is with that? There you go, and that will do it for this 5th-6 matchup, and what was certainly an enticing affair. I mean, some great averages across the board here. A good call on this one here, Gordon. That was a great match.
Fun to watch. A little bit of cash for old school. But I think we're on to our king seat and then final. So winding down on each of these morning event brackets. We will be right back with more darts. In the meantime, if you want to head over to BullShooter.com, you can check out where we are throughout the rest of the year. And obviously the Super Bowl coming up in Memorial Day weekend in Chicago. Definitely get some details on that. Or head over to Spider360.com and get your latest BullShooter swag. We will be right back with some more darts. Don't go anywhere.
Ladies, gentlemen, it's finals time. I know we said we were getting the king seat, but we saw this final coming up, and it was just too juicy to pass up here. Cheyenne Richards and Christy Davis, the Dart besties, the mother-daughter duo going up against Lane and Jen, which I believe you know a little bit more about them. The Lysac Squad. Lysac Squared is their team name.
Yeah, the Lysacs are, I mean, a true darting family. I've seen the brother, the sister, the mother, the father. They've got some outreach stuff in other countries. They're they're very much a darting family. So good to see them with some results here too.
Yeah, rematch of last night's women's final, Chrissy Davis versus Lane Lysac. So they were, I believe, so Christy did lose in the Queen Seat match and then came back and fought it out tooth and nail, but Lane held true and she ended up taking it. So good on her.
She was the women's invite.
That is correct.
Very nice.
Yeah, Cheyenne Richards unfortunately having an earlier exit than she would have preferred in the bracket, and Chrissy would tell you a lot of it was her fatigue, but then a lot of it was just Lane can do everything right. She literally opened up that first 0-1 game throwing 3 low tons in a row. She was playing incredible standard given the circumstance, given the time, and you couldn't even tell that she was tired or was late at night. She was dancing to Bruno Mars better than anybody else was at that point.
Interesting statistic.
Yeah, on the Uptown Funky Up statistics, they were crushing it. Cheyenne does have one of my favorite nicknames for dart players in general. The Blonde Swan has a certain elegance to it. That was also my nickname in high school.
Here comes Lane. Setting this up.
Taking a moment, almost threw right at the bull. She decided to stay there because of potential freezes and everything. She just said, you know what, let's bring it down. And with the partner back at 2-3, I think focusing on bringing down your own score as well is not necessarily a bad way to go about it.
Couple of double bulls for Christy.
Jen needs to get herself down here. She wants to put the pressure on Cheyenne to score for the freeze rather than kind of letting her have free reign. So that was a great recovery there. 3 double bulls.
Cheyenne firing in 2 bulls after the 1. Good recovery for her as well. This 84 is live. And it is open out.
Still live. Trip 15.
Christy 63 to take this first one.
Need to just stay true. And goes high. And I can tell you, by the way, and you can kind of see it to the edge, there is a decent-sized crowd out there because I heard an audible roar, and I'm not particularly close to that room.
So Jen needs to get to 32 or less for the freeze. Still possible. She found 2 bulls after a wayward dart the last time. There's one of them. And there's 2 of them. There's the breeze.
You can hear the crowd out there. They're loving every bit of this match right now. I'd love to see the ladies getting this level of support from the crowd, by the way. Shout out to the Houstonians for that.
Oh, she's going to find the treble as well.
Yeah, unfortunate stuff. No outshot, though. So, yeah, Chrissy's only able to tee up, and single 16 for Jen to take leg number 1 in this final. Here, that must be LJ in the background.
That is Renly Dene, who is a new addition to the Dixon household.
Oh, very welcomed addition at that.
Clearly unhappy addition.
Oh, no.
Oh, my. Look at this. Just back and forth, back and forth. Now, the crazy part is because they busted, Cheyenne doesn't necessarily even have to take this out.
That's also true as well. Just need to make sure to not bust, and you got to be careful. Oh, but that if you're going to miss, that's the correct way to miss.
I did not like the attention paid to that third dart at all. That seemed like it was just chucked up there.
I would have to agree with you.
There was no way that she was reset to throw that final dart, but was in a good mathematical place, so it did not matter.
Lane just needs to hit a single 6. They need to get to 1. Yeah, that's what they tried to do. Gets away. So Chrissy Davis here, and what is a very scrappy first leg to save it. Move on to the second.
And there it is, big fat 3.
So here we go, on to cricket.
Beautiful Disaster is the queen seat in this, correct?
That is correct.
So they are now 1 leg away from taking this this title home.
And look at that, solid 6 mark start. And you almost expected the last one to go in with the cadence that she had throwing them, putting pressure on Cheyenne to respond. Cheyenne will tell you herself, talking after her win with the mixed CDI out in TOC with Bob Anderson, she's been kind of struggling ever since, and has been just trying to get back to the form that she feels most comfortable with, and currently is about to play in the queen seat for the WCS that she's in. But even then, she attributes that, she says, if I was starting at my standard, it would put me at the next level, that upper echelon that I want to be in, according to her. After a 6 mark open, there's been pretty muted response from the Lysac squared team, so does let Christy get a chance to get in there, and does do so with a 4. great shot from Cheyenne. Oh, there we go. Looks like a stuck segment on the board there. Cheyenne's like, watch this. Thought she was going to punch it for sure.
I'm wondering if maybe the Lysacs have too long of a memory here. Maybe remembering what could have been in that last leg.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be something of that sort. Christy and Cheyenne are just going to play a more conservative point battle and kind of keep the heat on them. And, Lane being a shooter that's been starting to make some waves, and especially with last night's performance, has some great darting ability. It's up to her to kind of pave the way and get her partner Jen feeling comfortable. Cheyenne giving some finger guns to the board. This is a rematch of a top 4 matchup between these two teams, where Beautiful Disasters did win 2-1 there.
Closed the 20 and got the 19. Mother-daughter have an embrace. And the heat's starting to get turned up here from the Beautiful Disasters.
Yeah, I got a feel for Jen. I obviously playing great all the way up to here. I mean, these girls did a great job getting back in after their top 4 exit to get to the final, but unfortunately, and she'll tell you, not the standard of what she wants to be playing at right now. And unfortunately, the Lysacs are just forced to answer or try to answer the hands being dealt by the Beautiful Disasters. Chris Swift, you can start off by that trend doing it yourself, and we'll see if it takes on after that. God knows no one wants to see me in yoga pants on the live stream.
This is the internet, sir. There is a market for everything. So now 3 bulls away are the beautiful disasters from wrapping this up 2-0. You see Christy back there doing some mathing, seeing how far ahead.
Yeah, analyzing the data. Yeah, not much you can do for the Lysick Square teams, and obviously not happy with how things have shaped up in this final, but big congrats. I mean, Lane did amazing last night. She really did shoot phenomenal and made the family proud for sure, and just did some good stuff. And while they couldn't get to the finals, I mean, a second place in a tough bracket in a stacked field like this is amazing. Well, there's over 100 teams. Not quite across the finish line yet. I shouldn't speak too soon. Cheyenne wants to take it here.
Yeah, 2 bulls will give them the point lead, but still down 3 numbers, so still at least 6 darts away, and that's if beautiful disasters don't score anymore.
A good fallout. She practiced the misses. 1 bull here to connect adds at least a little bit of pressure on it as well.
Now that at least does line up for a finish. If Christy doesn't score any additional points or close out the bulls here.
Yeah, after the first start, she did not want to take any risks, tries to go down. Does add 1 bull with the single 19. Looks like everyone's in relatively high spirits overall. See Cheyenne and Jen having a talk back there. Lots of finger guns from Cheyenne right now. You can see some love and respect between these ladies. Hugs around and claps in the audience here, as that will do it on the ladies' side. Beautiful disasters taking that 2 straight in the final and bringing us to our next match here. We got coming up for you the finals of the non-pro cricket doubles. Can Brock Garza continue his hot streak? K-Town's finest came back to say, hey, we're going to show you our finest for real this time. Excited to see how it develops. And guys, don't go far. I'm excited to see this one. Be back in just a moment's time. Well, I hope you're in the mood for more finals, everybody, because that's what we have exactly in store for you here at the Houston, Texas Regional here. Super excited to see the non-pro men's doubles final. That's going to be Brock Garza and Nick Olivia going up against Big Mike from K-Town and Listo Lopez. He's like, yeah, just skip out the EV and just start calling me Listo. And I was like, okay, you got it. That's what he told me out there. Apparently I was butchering it.
Yeah, I usually count on the chat for any corrections as far as that's concerned.
It was even funnier. So Listo comes up to me. He's like, hey, you're the guy commentating, right? And I was like, I'm one of them. And then he said, just call me Listo. And also, I wasn't nervous up there. It was just the adrenaline from the last match. And I said, he's like, just give me some credit. And I said to him, I was like, I hope you know I picked you as a top 3 favorite yesterday. He's like, oh, you did? Okay, I'm sorry. Then he gave me a hug. So that was our interaction with Listo.
Well, Listo, here's the thing, man. I only get to see certain things, so I got to make determinations from those things that I see on what I think the narrative or the direction is going to be. So I'll give you credit when you've earned it.
Philip Bradley in the chat points out a great point. Nick Olivia, he was the one that fell asleep in the hall that we were zooming in on. I was wondering, I was like, why does he look familiar? Like, other than the fact that we've seen him today, he was the one that fell asleep in the middle and they start surrounding him with chairs. But then he's nice enough that he wakes up, sees he's surrounded by furniture, and his reaction was to start putting it all back. That was his reaction. So props to him.
He sounds like a nice guy to me.
He's named Nick. What'd you expect?
No comment.
Oh. Could have agreed that one time. Maybe. I don't know. It's crazy. Anyways, Lista here trying to find some 18s.
That's a great shot from Listo. And by the way, credit due. I mean, he and Big Mike made it back to this match here, so certainly needed to pick it up from where we saw him last time, and may just be a matter of running into the buzzsaw that is Brock Garza right now.
Yeah, and I think Lissa did actually get it right. It was more the adrenaline dump from their big semifinal match to get into that king seat that kind of affected their performance more and why they were falling flat a little bit, because this is a completely different team that we're seeing right now.
Oh yeah, shot over shot. They're definitely raising their game here. Stringing them together now, 6-0. Great shots.
Yeah, combined 11.33 currently for the K-Town team.
And just as I brag up Brock, there's an opening here for Big Mike. Perhaps take away some of these open beds.
I like the way he did that. Just get the 19 out of the way first. He took the easy shot, went back, loaded up some more points, and on the next go, and let's say 9 mark is hit, I assume they're going to do the same shot, but with the 20s. So 16-point difference is all that separates them. Might want to stay on that 16 until he trips, but you got to be careful when you're going little house versus big house like that. You can only do it for so long, even if you guys do raise up your game. At some point there, you're going to need to take the big shot at the 20.
Yeah, this isn't a point game that you want to trade on. And Brock, all the way down to a 3-4. Pretty sure it went 2 marks, 1 mark. His last 6 darts.
And openings absolutely being created here.
Just 64 more points. You gotta wonder when are they going to feel comfortable enough to fire at those larger numbers.
$32-point difference now. See if he takes a shot. I personally think just, you just take a dart at it. I know they're waiting for that first dart triple. That's really what the answer is, right? But at some point, you need to start taking stabs, and that's a good opportunity to do so. Unfortunately, does not collect.
Now you're even. So now you're not even coming to the board with a point lead any longer.
And if they were doing those, that was a big deflection there. They're doing those microcosmic little shots here and there, right? That one dart at the end or one dart at the beginning of their throw at these 20s and 17s, you would have to imagine they'd be in a better situation than they currently are.
Little glitchy on that last dart. Didn't quite follow through the way he normally does. So Listo, what can you show me?
At some point on K-Town, someone needs to be the hero. Although they are getting aided by Brock's fall off at this current moment.
Yeah, this is well below par where we saw Brock earlier. And finally, comfortable enough to start there, but do not like that switch so quickly. They're basically waiting for Nick and or Brock to tee off on that 20. Can see a bit of the downward spiral of confidence for Nick and Brock. A lot bigger reactions after every dart.
Yeah, this is a big moment for Listo. And he capitalizes on it, finally getting rid of those 20s and 17s, saying, I've had enough with it.
Yeah, shake of the head from Brock.
And he just snaps right back into reality. That out of nowhere. He just needed to get out of that board state because he finds a 9.
Yeah, definitely going to be frustrated with himself.
Right? He needs to have a short memory here because that 9 mark did bring them right back into this. And one big shot here. If Nick can call collect and hit a huge 15-16 transfer, you'll get one dart for it if it's at least a single.
Should take a shot.
He doesn't take the look. He does collect the trip 15 on the last, but I would wager to say that dart would be better used finding that 16 there.
All the averages have normalized a little bit at this point.
And that's to be expected when you get into this longer game, as Brock does hit that big 16 there, kind of coming back to life here. Yeah, well, the game is starting to get close to that round 20 range, and these guys are starting to get a lot closer to their true averages.
almost takes it out. Big shot for Listo.
It's the first bull. And gets the double. What a shot there from K-Town's finest.
So a solid 12, 15 darts there, Brock. Just went almost completely missing in the middle of that leg. We thought he brought him back into it with the 9 mark on the 15s, but ultimately K-Town too consistent.
And part of it might just be the on-camera pressure, and I say that specifically because of the fact that Brock was like, hey, I love playing on the stream board. Can we do it again? Can we get the final on there? And I was like, you should be able to get the final unless something goes haywire. We should be able to get you on there. And I wonder if he's psyching himself out because he's like, I asked for this, and now this is what I'm going to do.
Hammer time goes up 2-0 in the king seat. And Tex-Mex defeats Where's Nance 2-0.
Yeah, David, to answer your question, in the non-pro bracket, so not counting the pro-am, so in this bracket, if you plaque, you are on the list. So that is correct. These guys are already on the list. They're fighting for first and second, though.
Did you clarify the triples piece?
Not yet, but I'm going to get the answer to that right now that you reminded me.
Nick moving around the board.
I am not.
A little bit better from Brock, shot on shot, and a little bit less from Big Mike and Listo in this leg.
Yeah, definitely a little bit more of a subdued game.
Good final triple. Shake of the head from Brock in the back, though. Don't like to see the body language. Still a lot of opportunities here. They are the king seat holders. Even if they were to lose this one, they've got another set. All kinds of positives for them if they can just draw from them.
Yeah, you have to imagine K-Town is the one that has their backs against the wall a little bit more throughout the match. Even that last one, I mean, they came back throwing on the 16s after being down 3 numbers, got their way all the way back, and then almost lost it again when Brock woke back up. And it was a tight-knit, scrappy win, and they have the game to really force a win. The question is, can they get to the deciding set? That is really where we're at. If they get to the deciding set, it truly will become anybody's game. But right now, you still have to favor Reaper darts.
Yeah, with every dart, you see a shake of the head from Brock. I like that shot from Brock. Puts the pressure on Big Mike. What's Mike going to decide to do? Should stay on the 15. More of an upside for sure. And he does. He buries the treble. So 4 bullseyes needed for Nick. Oh, he's just on the outside. He finds another. So Listo to win the first set 2-0. Just needs 3 bullseyes. Did it in 2 darts last time. He wanted some credit. He's certainly well on his way to earning it here. He's going to have to find a double in the next 2 darts. Teased up. Oh, he just falls on the outside. So Brock needs to find 2 of his own.
Needs exactly
Instead
correct.
Yeah, will be a 1 apiece.
Oh wow, what a scrappy way to get there, but they got there. This is I think they're getting a little bit more evenly matched than we've given them credit for.
Well, they're certainly playing with a lot of parity right now between the 2 teams. Big Mike 1 hole in. Brock's going to get us started as he wins the cork.
And in the background there, while that drama was going on, the Bullseyes did talk with LJ, one of our tournament staff here, and he did confirm on the trips, the males will go pro, but only if you get first on there. And for the Pro-Am, we did confirm that if there's 2 AMs playing together, one is chosen to go pro. And we're getting confirmation on what happens if it's just a normal Pro-Am team here, as we just want to make sure we give out the right information.
It's like they've got a marathon 3rd leg between Savage. Oh, it just came in. Hammer Time beats Savage 3-0. So your king seat holders, Joe and Leonard, will have to be double dipped. Savage moving over to that loser takes 3rd match. Doggy Dog and Tex-Mex shooting it out on 33 for the loser takes 4th match.
Oh, look at that shot from Brock there. A huge 7 mark and getting them started off right in this tie-breaking leg here. Look at this shot from Nick. Look at that. Oh, my goodness.
And what a decider. Reaper Darts waking up. Decided they didn't want to play another set.
Hey, can you blame them?
I'd have decided it after, like, one at the beginning, like at the after no legs.
Oh, can you finish it here? He cannot quite yet. He psyched us out. So, Nick, to get the title here for Reaper Darts. And you can see the crowd is stunned. There they go.
Speechless.
And look at that big love and celebration from those fellas. They earned and did great on that win. And to Listo and the K-Town team, let me tell you, they showed some real grit there and recovered amazingly after a strugglesome King Seat match to make this very enticing. And just one big leg at the end there is what was the difference maker.
Yeah, winning the cork and off and running. That was really the only difference between those two teams in the end. But we've got more darts to bring you. We've got to close out our Pro-Am to finish off the stream for this afternoon. We will take a little bit of a break. It looks like we're going to get loser takes third and the final here after loser takes fourth. So we'll be back with you in just a bit with those final two matches. Don't go anywhere.
Hope you guys are still tuning in with us because we are still tuning in to some great darts here in Houston, Texas for the Texas Regional. This is a third-place match in the Pro-Am. After that, we will get to the final. So winner of this will take on Leonard, Gates, and Joey. Excited to see this one. You got any predictions here for us, Gordon?
Well, Derek and them coming all the way back through is pretty impressive. They overcame I believe a first leg loss in their the loser takes fourth match. No, they won 2 straight. So I think Derek may be in full stride at this point. So it's all going to come down to how Brandon and Gil are playing.
Now, we were talking earlier. Gil is showing some great stuff on the dartboard here. And it's about what version of him comes out. Because we've seen some moments where he's just really crushing everything. And some moments where he's more subdued. And on the vice versa, if someone let Derek get a nap in, game over, man. That guy just needed some sleep.
Mistake there. I don't know why he left the 18s open.
Yeah, no real rhyme or reason for that.
Yeah, may not have gotten that nap. And that may have just been a bit of oversight. I think the other element to this is Gil and Brandon have sat longer. So depending on what they've done to keep themselves ready is also a big part of this match here. The same question will come up regardless of who makes it through this for Leonard and Joey, but I've got a lot of faith in Leonard's been in this position enough that he knows what to do to stay warm for a king or a finals.
Yeah, exactly. You're talking a seasoned veteran of the sport. You know, it's a little different when you look at some of those non-pros and how they handle sets and newcomers to the game altogether. But Leonard is going to make sure he's doing exactly what he needs to do, and honestly doing exactly what his partner needs to do to keep them in line. As when I go out there, constantly they're checking in on each other, they're staying in communication, and spirits seem to be high with them.
Well, as it should be, they're 3 legs away from winning this thing.
Marcus Polk needs to poke it in. Does so. With a double, of course.
Yeah, 2 doubles. 2 doubles.
So Tex-Mex coming out in front here and putting themselves on match point and really putting the pressure on the Savage team. If they want to stay in line, they need to start off strong. A little bit of a lax start. Derek does collect on the last, but does not regain any control, so Savage can dictate what happens next.
Nine mark, but 2 of them were 7s. Solid leg from Gil so far. Tex-Mex just not doing anything to really try to turn this leg around just yet.
Yeah, it just seems to be whatever team gains control doesn't seem to relinquish it at any point here. Um, so if that's going to be the case, then it's going to be one of those other matches that just comes down to the diddle and who gets to start off strong. Because right now, I mean, Savage is doing a lot of things right.
Pulls back 72, but again, just not enough to pressurize. Savage doing a good job of keeping Tex-Mex at arm's length. It's really going to take a couple of 7 marks in a row.
Yeah, a couple understatement given the situation, honestly. And that's a big miss there for Derek. So almost kind of relinquishing this leg fully away. And it's really up to Brandon here. If he can get the close on the 17s and the subsequent number, it basically locks this leg and forces us to go to one last decider for third place.
Yeah, looking like it's going to go to a decider. The all-important cork may be the determining factor here. Marcus looked like he wanted to try to catch that dart as soon as he let it go. There's a 7 mark. So within touching distance and not too far down in terms of marks. So as long as the gill stays straight, there won't be any danger.
Yeah, that really helps cement the safety of the position. Look at this. What a shot there.
Wonderful shot.
That's just everything done right in that shot. You get the extra points, so you have that security blanket. You get the close on the 16th, and then you get the 15th for extra credit. Certainly pass that assignment.
And you know it's bad if there's no double bull.
Yeah, that's when something's wrong in the Houstonian air. Well, it's diddle time, and really, I think this diddle, as per usual, will be way more impactful than a lot of other things that happen in these matches.
Yep. Important one coming in here. Derek Wright to take his time. Oh, and he finds the double.
That could be a useful placement, though, here for Gil, depending on if he's able to take advantage of it. Oh, it's a tie?
No, I think. Oh, it is. Yeah, both one hole in.
Yeah, and taking full advantage, just using that as a little bit of a backboard. That was a great shot there. See if you can follow in another. Oh, now that's a great block. Because you basically have to kind of almost drop it in if you want to find the double. So the best you can really do with this dart is tie. Unless you kind of give it a little bit of a loft.
I don't know. I think if he moves left, that looks like maybe where he's at.
Did you see him there? He almost baseball threw that one through. I think he's just going to force it down.
Up a little left. Going to try to put it just over that green flight. See if you can't get it to fall into that double again.
It looks like it's high.
Fourth star?
I think it looks like it's one hole out of the double, same as the other. Yep, they agree. Oh, boy.
All right.
About to start getting the partners in on this action if this keeps up. Bring it back there with the goggles. At least these guys are having some fun with it. Oh, kicks low. Opening here.
Yeah, now he just needs to set it on top. Any bull will do.
How about a double?
Oh, and he finds a double.
From another zip code, basically hiding behind the dartboard and dart screen. That's how far left he had to throw that from. That's an impressive dart.
Yeah, used the lies perfectly. So, advantage Savages.
Well, here we go. They fought really hard for this diddle. You got to take advantage of it.
Yep, I was just going to say, with a hard-fought bull, Gil, I mean, that's kind of par as far as starts go.
Oh, then this one's definitely looking to be a birdie or an eagle.
Oh, what a shot. You knew both those guys were dialed in with the battle on the bull.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, this is good. This is going to get intense here. You already have the feeling it's shaping up to be that way, and everyone kind of wants a piece of this.
Yeah, Marcus may be the question mark here.
You said what question mark?
What do I know? Back-to-back nines. Look at this. Marcus and Derek off and running.
He didn't care about your questions. He had nothing to prove. That was a great shot.
Marcus is an exclamation point.
Well, Derek here just needs to keep up this momentum. Much as he wants to continue the perfect 9-mark streak, at this point, you're no fanfare. Play smart, play collected.
I hate this shot. I hate the way he shot it. I hate I hate the order.
If you're going to shoot the 18 and you're going to take the shot, you're only taking one dart regardless, or you're taking all three and going for the three singles there. So in that situation, if you're going to throw a point first, throw 2 at the points first. Don't go back and forth. You're not setting yourself up or doing yourself any favors.
Marcus going at a double with his third. Thankfully, Brandon not punishing the way he should have or could have. And Gil, those back-to-back nines, so tough to overcome. Makes you start pressing a little bit.
Yeah, you can see Brandon's really engaged. He was hitting himself on the chest. He said, "Hey, my bad," to his partner here, just trying to stay engaged, saying, "I need to focus up and collect." And this is the turn where he has to. Before you get too far along, before you give up too much advantage, you need to dig deep now or never.
I was there and had to readjust.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it definitely was one of those shots that could have been a lot more. Marcus needs to just stay true and get a big single on this last start. Does so.
Yep. At this point, just make Brandon and Gil throw the triples. Derek and Marcus just need to stay straight.
This is going in the favor of Tex-Mex heavily at this point. You can see the momentum shift was palpable after what was a great opening. This kind of a muted response here, and Derek and Marcus are just doing everything right at the moment. Everything right. Except for that. That was supposed to be a double bolt. Come on. I'm just kidding. Here we go. 3 Bulls for the win and the finals berth. Mark is being very animated there in that moment. Ram saying Marcus was doing the WWRD. What would Ram do?
Two Bulls for Derek Hinkle to head to the finals. And there they are.
Yeah, the audience left stunned once again.
Can't even get to their feet. All right, we've got our final. Derek, Marcus, Joey, Lenny. We'll get them called up here to the finals board, the bullpen, and we'll run it. So don't go anywhere. We will conclude our stream here in Texas in just a moment with the finals of the Pro-Am in Houston, Texas.
Yeehaw. Well, one more time. Here it is, Pro-Am Finals. Our last of our morning events are going to conclude here. Who's going to take it? Tex-Mex with the run back or your king seat holders? Hammer time. This is going to be a good one.
How about that last leg that Tex-Mex showed us?
That last leg shows us that they have the ability to do what needs to get done.
I see a lot of parity in this. I do have to tip probably Leonard in Leonard versus Derek. Not that that's going out on a limb or anything, but I would tip Marcus over Joey in terms of consistency.
I would agree with that. I think that's an entirely accurate sentiment.
So it'll be interesting if Joey can get his timing the way we've seen him earlier in the day.
This is a big moment early on for Derek. First start trip gets that point lead, or he can go single trip. I think no matter what, he could get a clean shot at that 20 if he stays true here. Yeah, he's going to take the swing.
It was a really good second dart to get underneath the first.
Yeah, but I will say Derek's a little bit more of a methodical player. That second dart hit, and he almost reset immediately to try to throw that 20, and I don't think that was rhythmic. I think that was more so excitement, which is part of the reason why he kind of dropped low on that 20 and only hit the single. But Gator don't care. Gator don't care at all.
Good 7 mark to bring it back in. Derek, though, could get another whack at it. Even 2 single 19s would give him a lead.
Same shot. This time hits it.
Now, this is where Joey's responded in the past. Not nearly as big as he had. Only the close.
Yeah, and as you accurately pointed out, I mean, it's really the question of Marcus versus Joey, because Derek really can keep up with Leonard, and that's his entire job is keep up with Leonard. The match is won by Tex-Mex based off how well Marcus performs over Joey, and that will be the question. If Joey starts stringing together some really good shots, and he goes back up to that mid to high 4 range that we saw him at in the beginning of the day, it's going to be a tough task to beat them. Yeah, full control for Tex-Mex. Marcus gets to go up there, and all he really cares about is getting again that 217s. Anything else he hits just further cements that lead. Oh, but you have to get this close here. And that's a bad time for him to do that because the opportunity now opens up for LG.
Yeah, Leonard can at least get them back into the leg here. Another 51. doesn't find it. So still a 50-point lead and a bigger number.
What a shot there from Derek. Showing why he's the chief around here.
Yeah, Derek's solidly out shooting Leonard right now. And you see more reactions from Joey.
Yeah, he definitely is not as ice in the vein as he was earlier. Well, Marcus gets a chance of redemption. Hit nothing sandwich last round, so let's see if he's able to collect on the 15s. 3 big ones. Does it in 2. And just pads an extra 19 in there for good measure. Seen a lot of Let's Go Gates in the chat. Guys, let us know who you're cheering for. Last match of our stream today, as we've been going live for just now. We just passed 7 hours. So thank you all for tuning in and having fun with us. This is a great way to do a send-off as this match here. So let's know who you're cheering for. Robbie Wizkid in the chat. Hey, I heard you and Jess had a same finish a tournament the other day. Is that right? Top 12? Good hat trick there from Joe. But not going to be enough. Polk just needs 2 bulls.
Yeah, if nothing else, gives Joe a little confidence into the next leg.
Exactly. But this is the winner's side of the Pro-Am. As we talked about before, winning the first leg, while it is nice, is not necessary by any means. And Joe will get a little bit extra time to settle in, but this is where it really starts to come to fruition here. Getting a lot of Tex-Mex in the chat. Getting a lot of Gates as well. So, yeah, pretty split crowd on this one. So Marcus, opportunity here. Needs to drill on those 19s, and that first one hanging high is going to make it awkward. He's going to try to fit one more in by throwing through the side. Yeah, can at least get the point lead back. Does connect with a single there. 13-point difference, though, means that Leonard Gates only needs a single to take a shot at those 19s with advantage. Well, that's not normal.
No. And Derek can jump on this. Derek playing extremely well. Exactly what he needed to do here early on in this match. Oh, and just falls short on the 20. Don't fall asleep on me.
Oh, you talking to me?
Yeah, I thought I heard you yawn.
Oh, that's because okay, maybe I got caught yawning there. Thought it was muted, gonna be honest. Whoopsie. Whoopsie.
I know I can get boring after 7 hours.
Oh, you said it. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Just a reminder, I didn't make it to my room from last night's stream, and that was 12 hours ago when I got to my room. And then we've been streaming for 8 hours, or 7 hours some change today. So it's been a long one out here in Houston. But, I mean, everything's bigger, including runtimes and tournaments. That's the everything bigger in Texas mentality.
Derek Hinkle just bossing another leg. And there's just not much that I think Leonard pressing because Joey's not where he was before. There's a lot of factors going into this, but this is very one-sided right now.
Yeah, and the recipe for success is Leonard needs to play Leonard darts. When he starts doing that, Joe's going to say, okay, I can breathe a little bit here. Okay, I just need to come up and hit a 3 mark. I need to go up and hit a 4 mark. Because he showed that he can maintain a mid-4 average. I mean, we've seen it in the first match. But the question is, what is he going to be able to do now that Leonard's behind? And the question is, and the answer so far has been not so much. Not as much as he would like. Leonard kind of just wings one in the double bowl there. But being 4 numbers down, I mean, this is tough scenario. Derek here just going to close down these 15s and try to end it on the bulls as well if he can. Throws one down to 19. I think that's pretty unnecessary, all things considered, with the 4 numbers and the point advantage. But it also doesn't necessarily hurt either. And Marcus there gets the hat trick. So up 2-0 here. Leonard just remind them that it is the winner side format. So they're going to keep going on. You got to win 3. You didn't get the first dip quite yet. I fully expect Leonard's just going to snap out of it right here. He's going to hit a 7 mark. Oh, well, and I'm immediately wrong.
You were 4/7, correct?
Well, 4/7 is my GPA from college.
You got a 4/7?
No, 4/7. The fraction.
Oh.
And that's why I commentate darts. Turns out I was never going to be a doctor.
Come on, Joe.
Yeah, he's definitely feeling it right now. You can tell. I mean, that first dart left his hand so early. Almost looked like a phantom throw the way it kind of came out of his hand.
So here we go.
Oh, there's Gates.
Leonard finds the 9 mark. Oh, Derek gonna return the favor.
7 will do. 7 will do. Keeps it neck and neck, and it keeps that pressure on Joe, right? If you're Tex-Mex, you want Joe to be feeling every dart. You want him to be thinking about every dart, trying to place every dart. On the other hand, if you're LG and Joey, I mean, your goal is to start taking that pressure off yourself. You need to start dictating the games, and Out of these 3 games so far, they have not once been in a firm control. Oh, what a time for Polk to do that.
Yeah, Marcus getting involved.
He said, by the way, I'm here too. And the standard's quickly rising. You know, Derek, in his heart of hearts, really just wants to go 1, 2, 3 on these trips. Try to get it all shut down. Question is, can
Played
he?
a pretty conservative game up until this point. Yeah. I would have liked to have seen him switch especially after a first start treble, but that just doesn't seem to be what
was in the
the
cards?
way he's playing these legs.
Yeah. Look at that. Now everyone's got one on the board. 9 mark there for Joey. Excellent last start.
Down 33. So we can get a shot at that 18 with just 2 17s. He buries the treble. He's going to take a shot. Oh, he pulls it.
Yeah, not a well thrown last start.
Shoulder in that one. Derek, though, has been dialed in this entire match so far.
It's by far his best performance has been this match. And he's shown games at this level, but this whole match, you're absolutely right. He's just consistently high 5s and 6s.
Chucks another one into the 18, but playing that conservative game, it all depends on whether or not Joe's going to continue to hit the way he's hitting. And the answer is no. So it's going to give Marcus a free shot. So 1 mark, 9 mark, 0 marks for Joe in his last 3 turns.
And not the consistency that he needs. Oh, but that was a huge misstep there for Marcus. Kind of slipped out of his hand. Needs to get the single. You can't leave Gates this shot. And does do so in very scary fashion, but does get it.
Only 5 from Gates. Now, is Derek comfortable enough to start to move around the board?
You certainly have to say, hey, listen, the guy behind you is throwing a 3-5 right now. He's not throwing his hottest. I think you can take a more aggressive approach here. He's going to continue finding the honey hole, though. Now he's moving. Can you get the 15s as well to go with it? And he does do so at the right time. What a shot there.
We are going to a second set.
Yeah, it's pretty much set in stone there. Wow. We've been asking the question all day. Who can beat Hammer Time? Who can get it done? Well, Tex-Mex is making a very convincing argument considering they're about to be the first ones to dish them a loss. First one to dish Leonard Gates a loss in general this weekend. See there, the crowd goes wild as we're set to go for another one here. One out the, as you say, pee hole.
Hey.
Hey-o.
So 3 straight legs gives Soldier and Joe their first loss.
Can you say that again? 3 straight legs? Is that correct?
3 straight legs, all 3 against the darts. Derek lost the opening cork.
And so, therefore, maybe that's a good omen for this one as well. I mean, that's incredulous. And it goes from asking who can beat Leonard Gates and partner to now who's going to beat Tex-Mex. It's going to I can't imagine it's going to go 3 straight again either direction. In fact, I think this one's primed to go the distance more so than ever. Yeah, they were just confirming the formats right, making sure everyone's on the same page, I believe.
Yeah, it should be winners bracket format still.
Yeah,
it does not go to 2 out of 3.
That is correct. I do understand the confusion. It's a little different than some tournaments. Some do it winners format throughout in the finals. Some do format with the least amount of losses. So you see a couple different approaches, but no, the format is correct here, gentlemen. Derek doesn't believe us. Or he can't hear us. More likely that. Honestly, here's my concern right now in this very moment is Derek's going out there to figure out what's going on with the format. If I was Derek, if I was in his mind, whatever it takes to get this match started the fastest possible to keep up the form I'm in would be my goal. Because he was in incredible form.
Yeah. Yes, 100%.
I mean,
because here's the thing: you can play the first leg and be figuring it out.
Yeah, exactly.
And then adjust from there, and you still get to continue your setup.
And I like the gamesmanship. Hey, listen, let me go check. I want to do the right thing. Like he's a super calm, collected dude, but I feel like you're at risk of icing yourself a little bit here. We'll see if that comes into play or not. Leonard Gates to show first. Oh, what a shot there from... Never mind, Derek. You're fine. Just keep doing yourself. We take it back. We're sorry.
Joe getting involved a little bit here.
Yeah, it does find 4, but Marcus... Oh, he's going to try to follow up... Oh, my goodness. No way. Get real. Good shot from Marcus Polk. Yeah, Joe has not much he can do in this situation. Trying to find a number, trying to dig on one, but I mean, Tex-Mex has just siphoned all the momentum out of Hammer Time that we saw earlier, and I don't know if like you said, Leonard Gates is a professional enough where he shouldn't have to be have to be affected by a long sit. As I struggle to get that out, but I don't know what's going on, but. Tex-Mex just seems to just be doing everything right, and Hammer Time just seems to not catch a break at the moment.
Well, I think it's the dynamic between Leonard and Joe. Leonard's not playing well, so Joe's not playing well. Joe's not playing well, so Leonard feels he has to do it all himself. Um, that's what I think this this may wrap up to. The other thing to keep in mind is they're playing against two people averaging 6 marks a turn in what will be the fourth leg in a row won against the darts. And even an on-song Leonard, if you give him 6 plus, Joe to be able to maintain that and keep up with Marcus, I don't think was ever going to be in the cards.
Yeah, just a reminder, this is a pro-am event, so Marcus is currently throwing a 6 going into the Bulls. It's going to dip a little bit here regardless of what he hits, unless he went double, double, double. But he's the am on the team, and there, again, he drops to a 4.67, but that's kind of a lie, right? Because he was throwing everything right before that. And he's just playing well above where the expectation is. And Derek's doing what we know he has been capable of, but Marcus Polk has said, hey, here's your question mark. It is no longer a question mark. He's playing real deal darts, and you got to give respect to him.
Four legs on the trot. Leonard to start the next one for the first time in the event. That may be a lie. But for the first time in this matchup, for sure, Leonard Gates and Joe are behind.
I was going to say, they did have another 3-2 match, so there could be some arguments on if they've been behind at any point. I think the behind feeling is more so just from the last match. The 3-0, there's no version where you as Leonard Gates or as Leonard Gates' partner assume, I want to get 3-0. I want to get skunked in one of these sets. And so to have to shake that off, this is going to be their first real opportunity to do so.
And finally, Derek Hinkle gives him a break off the start. And here comes Joe. Is this going to be the rot stopper?
Certainly, if you're Hammer Time, you want it to be. Gates just finds a 20 on the open. Over to 18s and down to the 19s. Doesn't connect on the last, but starting to play a little bit more of that classic LG style.
Derek up a leg. Can Joe maintain this level?
Well, that was definitely a lax turn there, so it's up to Marcus to capitalize this moment. Catches just on the other side of the wire. Does take advantage of the backboard and just going to have to stay there now. Great recovery after that first dart, taking full advantage of it.
Yeah. Pressure shifts. Ooh, those were two angry triple 20s.
If I was Leonard, I'd be a little angry, whether it be at myself or in general. Like, it's determination more than anything. He wants it to go, and he's like, "Why is this not happening? What can I do to start changing?" Because he knows very well the momentum can change in the blink of an eye, and he wants to be the one that causes those tides to start to turn.
Derek doesn't press, stays straight on the 19s, finds a couple of trebles. I have to see if Joe's going to continue to miss, if they can wear him down. Now Marcus with a big lead here. Probably should start somewhere else. Look at this. Not the order I would have shot it, but great shot from Marcus.
5, 6, 7 from Polk. That's impressive. I'm not to underplay Derek by any means, but we expect just from his notoriety alone to be in that consistent mid-5 range. So to have his partner shine as much as he has been is certainly a welcomed appearance and something that's definitely welcomed by Derek as well, I'd imagine. Slight miscalc there, though. Struggled to get to the 18s after finding the close on the 7s.
You have all the times to not play his conservative game.
That's the one, right?
He's going to leave them the larger number to point on. And Joe doesn't fully hammer, but they reel back 90 points, which could have been avoided.
Oh, they're getting dicey. They does get it close in the second and doesn't trip the last. So slight window of opportunity going back to LG.
The pace with which Leonard's playing at, I don't know, it just feels like there's an air of not resignation, but just he doesn't believe that they can do this right now.
It's also, I just wonder, and I'm not saying he's given up on his partner by any means, but I wonder how engaged he is, right? I mean, this is a non-ESPN qualifying event, and plus, even if it was, he already is qualified. I wonder if there's a certain level of just struggling to stay engaged in the match and stay on the same level. But I would imagine he would be for Joe's sake. I know he wants to do whatever he can to help out his partner here, but it doesn't seem like he's locked in like normal. You're right.
Joe does catch the triple, though. Dangerous shot. Oh, what a dart. What a dart.
Well, there was a time to go double, trip 17. This would be a good one, Leonard.
I was just going to say, it leaves a finish for Leonard.
Not going to go, but did put pressure on Derek's shot here. Derek can bring them one game away from winning it with a hat trick here.
3 bulls. This could be telling right here.
Oh no, that's an awkward dart. Doesn't get it. Isn't able to staunch the flow.
So 2 bulls from Joe to stop the rot. And there it is.
Wow.
One apiece.
And, I mean, they saved it. They absolutely saved it. And Derek knows, oh, crap, that was on me. He threw it high. He put himself in an awkward blocker. And they do get the throw here. I don't think they're out of it, but they have to make sure to not think about that much. They have to immediately move on. Because the last thing you want is Leonard and Joe to start to relax and start to find more of their stride.
Rut-row, Roach.
Yeah, Rut-row was right.
So after 4 straight, Leonard and Joe pick one off. And now have the tables turned.
Turn tables.
Favor of hammer time.
Well, Marcus still got the fight in there. That's a great shot there from Polk.
And hats off to Joe. Joe finding everything he needed coming down the backstretch of that last leg.
Yeah, we definitely have been a little hard on him in the final, but that's just because of how well he played leading up to it. We know the standard that he's capable of. We know that there's a bunch of people pulled up chairs and they're sitting here watching this final. There's 500 of you guys online watching right now live, plus the thousands that will watch it after. There's a little bit of pressure on it for him. I get it. I'd be feeling pressure too.
It's a great shot from Hinkle. Oh, he gets a shot over there at the 18, just high. Pressure back on Joe.
Yeah, it doesn't collect on the last dart there. It does get two singles, or sorry, one single. I thought the other one was in. Excuse me. Yeah, no, that's not the round he wanted to see. And Derek here, gonna stay on those 20 slate trips. If he trips that first dart, gonna take a look at those 18s, or go right at. He's done with that conservative strategy. He's going for closes. He's done messing around.
Look at him, a little snap in the draw of those darts. I know winning that last leg has invigorated Leonard. It just feels like he's got a different vibe when he comes to the board.
Certainly agree.
Marcus coming down for the dagger, and he finds it. Tex-Mex looking for a 2-1 lead. We thought they were going to have a 2-0 lead.
Well, Derek can basically lock in this lead right here. Trip 16, trip 15. You can do that. You're set to go up 2-1.
See how he chooses to shoot it. I think he should start on the 16s. He does. Shake of the head. Oh, drops just low on the 15. A little bit too quick of a switch. Probably would have done a little bit better if it had just taken him a little longer on that dart, but back comes Leonard. Sick of seeing Marcus hit it.
Yeah, Marcus's job here is just to get these 15s closed, though. And he does so. He can just take this game right here if he so desires. He so does desire.
Yeah, what a finish.
So there we go. 2-1 lead. Match point situation for Tex-Mex. Can they break the throw for a fifth time here against Hammer Time? Leonard's not going to make it easy this campaign.
Leonard playing aggressive.
Derek's starting to taper off just a little bit from that standard he was playing before. I say that and he hits a 6, but he does taper a little bit.
You're absolutely right. That first dart was dead nuts. The 5 legs or 4 legs before this. Last time it started to taper off. Marcus has played better, noticeably better.
Yeah, if they can complete the triple dip, the MVP card goes to Marcus just because of how well above his standard of expectation he is playing currently.
Yeah, I don't know what Marcus's normal standard is, but certainly compared to what we've seen and what we're seeing now, it is head and shoulders above. As we see Leonard with a big 9 mark.
Yeah, Marcus Polk's book average is a 4.16. So I would say he's playing well above that standard so far, and that's his best known tournament stat. What you got in store for us this go, Marcus?
Does get the point lead, so it is going to make Leonard throw one more over at that 20, at least. Oh, an opening. A big opening.
Huge opening. That's massive. Derek knows it. You can see he's taking an extra moment to compose. He knows if he can string together a big turn right here, there's one step closer, one massive leap closer to winning the title.
He doesn't stay there, so there's still a little conservative blood in Derek Hinkle.
Yeah. Bare minimum need that 4 mark on the 18 there. So while the shot order is not necessarily my preferred order, he did do what he needs to do. And now Marcus is approaching with a point lead, a 29-point lead. And I fully hope he closes the 20s here.
Oh, my goodness. Why? Why would you let Leonard Gates, winner of, 3 senior titles, playing 501, throwing all treble 20s?
That's the first. That's the second. And there's the close. Yep. Absolutely textbook punishing from Leonard Gates. An amazing 8 mark. Good shot on Leonard Gates for punishing the way he's supposed to there.
Oh, my gosh. Terrible, terrible shot selection.
Yeah, I will say that was a fatal error.
Well, it's not fatal just yet, but it certainly put them in a position that they didn't need to be. He could still hit a 9 mark on the 17s, don't get me wrong. But I would rather have him score 102 points than 120 and close my number.
Nine-point difference here is all that separates them, and another 3 single rounds. 8-point lead here. Leonard Gates, see what he's able to do. Is he going to follow? Last round hit an 8 mark.
And Leonard's turn to switch around the board in odd fashion. To me, that's an all or nothing shot. You want to score points? Cool. You want to close the 17s? Cool.
Now the opportunity's in Derek's hand. Doesn't get that first start trip, which is really what he wanted to get a clean look. But he's still going to take this look and capitalizes with a double 20.
Whew.
That was a risky dart.
What a shot. What a shot.
Oh, look at this, though. Joe, find that first start trip there. And getting a 5 mark. Keeping the heat going. And that's a big time for him to collect a big 5 like that. Oh, look at this from Marcus. Look at this from Marcus.
Oh, Leonard is on it. Bears the treble 17 as well.
8 mark opportunity. Derek needs trip 15, trip 15, trip 16, or double 16. That's not a bad marker to find the subsequent triple, though, and takes advantage of it. He was convinced that last one was in there.
He was. He was trying to will it in there.
Oh, Joe on the 16s right now, coming alive.
So, 4 of them will give him a shot.
That's a good mark, too. Oh, but he kind of just overthrows it just a tad. Yeah, and now Leonard can force the tiebreaker. That's a no-nonsense shot there. He wasn't even looking for the double bull that he normally feels pretty comfortable hitting, and I think that shows where his mentality's at, but it's an amazing 7 there.
Nah, taking this match to 1 apiece was big, big, big for Leonard.
Yeah, 87-point difference, so no outshot available. Excuse me, 77. Still no outshot available. So Marcus here, not much you can do except just calm down. Know that these starts more likely won't count for anything because this game's a moot point. But you have a game, tie-breaking game for the finals for the title.
So Leonard gave 1 bullseye to take us to a decider.
Binks it.
He will pause the board. And it looks like Derek's going to show here in the 5th leg. Oh.
Yeah, you can see Gates was quick to come up to the line. He saw that and he knew that he could just go ahead and bink it right in. We know going against the throw does not necessarily scare Tex-Mex. But let's see how this one plays out. It's coming down to the wire in this final here.
Which Joe are we going to see?
Ooh, we're going to see a tough Joe. I mean, that's a big early opening there, and he takes advantage of the fact that he can just pound in some triple 20s on the open bed. Taking that pressure off Leonard's shoulders, letting him just throw his game. Marcus is not going to take it lightly, though. Finding 7.
Oh, short arms the 3rd. A little extra salt and pepper. Leonard takes away the 19s. Great standard here in this final leg. This is exactly what we're looking for.
Oh, this is everything you could ask for. And I agree with you wholeheartedly here. No one wants to give. Leonard's ready. Leonard and Joe are just like done with losing. But Marcus and Derek just are not done with winning.
Oh, and a slip from Marcus. Look at the parity in this leg. 6-5 and 4-5 and 6-0 and 4-5.
Leonard Gates is moving around
Leonard
the board.
out for blood now.
Yeah, he's moving around in Leonard Gates' typical fashion, moving and taking those aggressive early shots at some of the later numbers there. And it might play a big factor here. Derek needs to get another trip in there. Does get another trip in there. He kind of does a little slam dunk with it, too. What a tie-breaking leg to get us to this point. This is gritty. This is what darts is about right here. Is the finals like this and the emotion these players are feeling. I mean, they have to be loving and hating every second of it, depending on how you view darts.
$57-point deficit.
That was a slack first. Yeah, that was not normal Leonard darts on the first two. That did not. Those didn't look like they were coming out of the hand right.
So what an opportunity here. Comes to the board with the point lead.
The hottest hand on the board, statistically speaking. The now or never type shot.
Was never convinced of the shot. Just didn't have it. His conservative blood was running cold, thinking about shooting at that 20 and 17. But it was absolutely the right shot.
And Joe here just pounds in two trip 20s in a row. I think he should have stayed there for all three, just given the situation and some of the shots that Marcus has been hitting. But that's a huge time for him to find that 6. Well above that mid-2 standard that he was in the last leg. Joe is doing a lot of things right now.
So Leonard, only a 2 mark, really escaped with the big shot from Joe and a bit of an underperform from Derek.
Underperform in the sense of the timing. I mean, he's still throwing a 5-7.
Yeah, underperformed on the turn. That's all I meant.
Yeah, absolutely. You gotta make it stand. Although at this point, I mean, it's looking a little dire. He's gonna do everything he can. Almost loads it up completely, finding 7, bringing it within 15 points.
Joe, who at times has struggled to find 1 and 2 marks, in with a 5 mark in round 10. Does Marcus have one more well-timed 9 mark in him? Needs to find the treble. Does.
11-point lead and 2 houses. Gates can just close the door here if he wants. He needs to hit a big shot, though, to do so.
Gates' turn to play a little conservative. Then whips one over at the 15. So no chance to close out and have the point lead, which is very important. So that changes the mindset completely.
Yeah, Derek's mindset should be, I need to hit 3 in the bed here, and I need my partner to hit the 8 mark.
Yep.
There's the 3 in the bed.
You need to hit the 9 mark. That's where the comeback starts.
113-point difference. Pressure on Joe to find 6. So there you go. Marcus does get the point lead opportunity here. If he hits this, the roof blows off the place.
I don't know if Marcus is going to shoot it.
I don't think you're going to get too many opportunities to be able to have a shot around. And he has shown, I mean, other than this leg, most of them have been above a 5, honestly.
You're pushing the converted. Completely agree. Yeah. You had to at least start on the winning shot.
Yeah, and their first start trip gets the point lead. As the 16s go away as well, and yeah, now you can take the same shot, but it'd be 4-3 on the Bulls. I mean, granted, Joe has shown some inconsistency as on the Bulls, but I don't love it. I think Marcus needed to take that shot there. Finds 4 Bulls, so he does get the point lead back by 19 points. Joe here, I imagine, probably isn't even thinking Bull at this point.
No, he's got to go ton 80.
Oh, bare minimum, truly. Only a 1-point lead, meaning no game shot available. Marcus now going to try to set up the other way around, leaving Derek the shot. Needs at least a double here to be convincing. First 1,000-point game of the weekend for us on the stream.
49-point deficit. Now 3 Bulls to take the lead. Derek has hit a ton of double Bulls on this feed.
This would be a good time to do it. You're right. He's hit plenty of 5 counts. Can he get 4? Does get 4.
49-point lead. The question is, if Joey doesn't get the point lead, will Marcus then take the shot? And unfortunately, I don't think the answer is yes.
I think the answer is yes this time, though, because before he didn't do it knowing that the Bulls were still left behind. Now this truly is a game shot. He has to. There's no argument to do anything else. There's no argument to do anything else, Marcus. One more dart. Can he do it? Oh! On the wire. What a good shot. That was a great attempt at it. And that's why he should have taken that attempt earlier.
Was a wonderful shot, and I'm so glad he took it.
Oh, single 15 for the match.
Look at this from Leonard Gates. He threw at the treble and buries it. What a finish. Oh,
wow.
Absolutely incredible.
Wow, that was enticing to the very end there. And Tex-Mex, Derek, and Marcus, hats off to you guys, because we had the whole rhetoric, the whole storyline. Who can touch them? Who can beat Gates and Joe? And they had every bit and ability to do so, and that was a well-thrown game. And congratulations, though, to your winners of the Pro-Am, Leonard Gates and Joey. Well, that does conclude it for us here, as they're getting all situated, shaking hands, and taking pictures out there. So right now, just shy of 8 hours on our stream today. And that means that in the last 24 hours, we've been live for about 16 of them. So to the dot, pretty crazy stuff here over in Houston. And I'm excited for another great day of coverage tomorrow.
Yeah, looking forward to being back. And whoever has that streaming record can keep it.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, guys. Well, we will be live roughly 9:30 Central tomorrow. So that's when we will be going live. So make sure to tune in. We have the Pro Doubles 01, which is very important. We got to see who gets that spot for the ESPN Invitational Shootout, alongside with the ladies as well throwing in there in the non-pro doubles. So plenty of great darting action take place. But that will do us for today. Nick Teixeira and Gordon Dixon in the booth. We bid you all adieu and hope you guys have a good night.